right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. We are here for a little bit different of a morning stream. We're trying to use Streamlabs today to see how well it will work for our morning live streams. I got into a little test of Streamlabs yesterday evening for one of our watch list shows. Cheers, guys. And so I really wanted to test it out for our morning live streams. And so that's what we're going to do today. Streamlabs is really versatile. I can go back and forth like this. I can write the top penny stock movers. I can zoom in on the chart here or make this bigger if I need to and really show you guys what I'm looking at. And I think because of that, Streamlabs will be really, really useful. What's up, Jan? Good morning, bro. Not Streamlabs, StreamYard, I should say, StreamYard. So let me know how you think about this one. This one, I could put what I thought was cool about this is that I could put the top stock movers in the bottom and just let the YGMZ maybe, and we can delve deeper into the YGMZ chart, and I can show you guys kind of what I'm looking at and all that good stuff. I can also zoom in, zoom out, do windows, all that good stuff if you really want me to. So just let me know anything you guys prefer. And yeah, we'll see how this one goes. I think it'll be cool. If not, we'll just go back to our regular format tomorrow. But yeah, I figure we might as well test this out. I think it's a cool little format where, you guys can still see everything. You can still see the scanners on the left, the watch list that I'm building. But if I want to zoom in, I can. If I want to make a banner, I can. And I think that'll be really useful for the stream and managing it. We could also play music here. I'm pretty sure I can at least. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I could share some type of music because that is something that has to happen. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Healthy? What's up, Bud and Rachel? What's up, Joshua? Jan, Annabelle, Ryan. Good morning. Good morning. Good Wednesday morning from Melbourne Beach. Hey, what's up, Michael? Hey, what's up, Robert? All right, yeah. Let me know what you guys think about this. This should work really well. I think it should work really well. First things first, though, let me make sure the music is up because that's the biggest thing that we got to focus on first is the music. I got to make sure I get the music running here. So let me stop sharing this one for a second, and then we're going to share the screen and include audio. It says share audio for the screen as well. So this should work. Let me know. Okay, got it. All right, so let me see if this works, guys. Let me know if you can hear this audio real quick. This is called StreamYard. You guys should be able to hear that. Is it loud? Can you guys hear that? Let me know. Test, test. Hey, of course, Chris, of course. Okay, so y'all can hear that. How loud is this? There's got to be a way for me to adjust this. Okay, so y'all can hear it. Okay, so y'all can hear it. Okay, cool. It's a little bit too loud. All right, so I can mute the screen audio here. All right, well, let me see if there's a way to lower the sound. All right, so it's the music, the audio is muted right now, correct? Yeah, your instincts can get you in trouble. Let me see. All right, bear with me, guys. Yeah, the audio is muted. You can see here's the scans. What we really have moving today, you can see on the bottom run through, we have PBTS here. PBTS gapping up really, really nicely this morning. We have BSQR that's not really gapping up, but had a huge rip yesterday that we're paying attention to. We have XELA, which is really, really huge rip. Getting really excited to trade some of these this morning. We got, I think I put BRQS twice here. This is what's moving. BRQS is actually on the list as well. And then we're going to look at MRIN as well here. So we got a bunch of stuff that we're looking at today. BSQR and BQRS is what we're looking at. Yeah, so we can make the screen bigger. And anytime I want to adjust it, I can. I can just do this. So if I want to start talking and explain stuff to you guys, I can, and it's very simple. My only thing is I'm trying to figure out how to adjust the audio. Hey, what's up, Gotcha? Good morning. Hey, what's up, Sap? What's up, Joshua? How do I send you money? You click the money sign underneath the chat, bro. You know. Somebody wants to zoom on the watch list. What I can do, though, I don't know if I can zoom on it, but what I can do, I should be able to adjust it and make the words bigger on here. So bear with me. Yeah, sounds better on this program over the last. Nice. Yeah, and this will be fun, man. All right, so I think I know how I can adjust the screen audio. The way I can do it is I'm going to have to turn the audio down in Streamlabs, if that makes sense. So let me know if this is still loud. Let me know if this is better, I guess is what I should say. All right, is that better? I turned the volume down. Let's try to get a reasonable level. I'm gonna check on my phone to make sure the audio sounds good through Streamlabs. It's still way too loud. Way too loud. Way too loud. Let me see if that helps. It's still way too loud. Way too loud. Way too loud. Let me see if that helps. That did help. Okay, so that means that's good. Okay, so yeah, that means it works. So I can lower the audio. It's still probably a little bit too low now, guys, right? Better. Okay, the screen is small. Yeah, we'll be able to max it. We'll be able to zoom in. Like anytime I'm actually reviewing the chart, guys. Number one is I'm gonna make the scans bigger. That's the first thing I need to do because I'd love to continue using this platform. I think this platform will kind of be a little bit of a game changer for the show. I think it'll make it more interactive. We can zoom in like this if you guys really want to see it. And then when I'm speaking or something like that, I can zoom out. Or if I want to make myself big, I can, so you guys can see my beautiful face here. But yeah, we'll figure it out. For now, I'll put this up, and we'll mess with the audio a little bit more. Try to get the audio sounding right. That should be good. Let me see if that works. Yep, too low now. And see, this is also cool, is that I can take comments and magnify them so you guys know who I'm talking to when I speak. So I can reference these comments and I can say, yeah, working on fixing the audio. My man Sap with the $5 super sticker. Thank you, Sap. My man, I'm going to have to add that to the push-up count. We're going to have to get a running tally that we add to the push-up count so you guys can see it. But again, let me know what you guys think about this. How's the volume? Yeah, I think this is going to be a lot cooler than the old way. You know, the cool thing is, like, reality-wise, the volume. All right, so this should be fine. Let me know if the volume works here, guys. This should be fine. To where the volume works good. But hey, thank you. Shout out to you, Sap, for that super sticker, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate the $4, $5. Let's get a running tally. We're gonna get a banner going. And we'll get this rolling across the stream where we have $1 donation equals 2 push-ups. Total count today, 10 push-ups. These are the penny stock movers, though, that we're looking at. And yeah, I think it should be a good way to do the streams in the morning. I think it'll be a fun way to interact and you know, talk about everything. You know, of course, we'll zoom in and we can see things. I'm looking for a way to make Benzinga text a little bit bigger so you guys can read the scanners, even when we're in this mode is my goal, because I want you guys to be able to read the scans even in this mode. But regardless of that, we do have the top stock movers scrolling through the bottom. So even if you can't read the scanners, we have basically the top parts of the scanners rolling through the bottom of the screen so you can see exactly what the main stocks that are moving are. And as I see them pop up on Benzinga, we'll go ahead and add them to our list here as well, and we'll talk about them individually as well. So yeah, for sure. This makes the stream so much more official. Yeah, for sure, Jason. I tested it with the show we did yesterday. We're doing a pre-market show every or an after-hour show every evening. And yeah, I tested it with the after-hour show, and I think it went great. So yeah, and it really allows me to like pin comments, like I can talk to comments. It just makes it a lot more interactive, in my opinion. So with that said, though, guys, now that we got it set up, let me try to get Benzinga to make the words a little bit bigger when it comes to like the layout here. I know I could probably do that in the settings tab. Let me see. Does anybody know if there's a way that you can make the words bigger on Benzinga? There's got to be a way you can. Let me see. Text size. Okay. So maybe I would just have to do that on the movers tab. Hey, thank you, Ryan. Hey, thank you, man. I have no friends that talk stocks, so this is the best. Thanks, brother. Hey, that's what we're here for, bro, so we can talk about stocks with each other, man. Hey, it's a fun show, bro, and you know, we'll talk about the biggest movers of the day here. We got PBTS that went absolutely nuts yesterday in after hours. PBTS making big rips, you know, big squeezes here. And we can watch it. You know, there's enough stuff to pay attention to. regarding PBTS. If you look at it, this thing has been putting in some pretty big moves. I don't know if I saw a catalyst yesterday. That's something that we're going to have to check through Benzinga, but it's just a really cool, it's a really big moving stock. It had huge rips yesterday during the market hours, and then after the bell ended, after the market hours were done, look at this thing, just huge rip next day, huge rip. And we're also going to write what the news is as well here. So we're going to write what the actual news is for PBTS, and we'll try to write this. No news. So this is running up on no news. So we'll go ahead and let people know that. Yeah, so for my PBTS, we could also do stuff like this to where, watch this. We could also do stuff like this where if we find something where we don't have a known catalyst, we could do this. PBTS, no known catalyst. We're trying to figure out why this is moving, and like maybe we'll be able to figure out if it's some type of sympathy play or something of the sorts later on. But there's no known catalyst for this one that we can see, and we're trying to figure out why it's moving. From my understanding, it has a small float. Let me see what the float is here. So the float is 40 million for PBTS, so a smaller float. I'm not seeing any known catalyst for this, and so we're gonna have to wait and see what happens here. We got BRQS here with a huge rip. Look at BRQS, guys. BRQS popping up pretty large this morning. I do think something I need to do here just to be safe, and we can add this. Let me do this right here. There's got to be some way. I'd love to be able to do this, but it's not going to stay for each one. Now that I think about it, I don't think that's going to work. We're going to have to do a disclaimer that we do going across the bottom, I'm thinking. So we'll have to do one. All right, so yeah, so to preface everything else we're about to say in the stream, as this banner suggests, we are not investment professionals and we are not liable if you lose. Please do not copy our trades. This is for entertainment purposes only. All right, anytime we look at stocks, we're going to have to do that disclaimer here. Remember, we are not investment professionals, don't copy us, basically. But yeah, we got BRQS here making moves here as well. BRQS. BRQS is moving right now, and you can see BRQS popping up pretty big. If we zoom in here, you can see BRQS gapping up from the 99 cents, 99.5 cents, all the way up to over 125s here. So big gap. Let's see what else we can find for this one. BRQS, this is Borks Technology. They said that they began delivery of their cellular CTA 2045 products, but this was back on the 22nd. And so I'm not really seeing any new catalyst that dropped for BRQS. I don't really see a reason why this thing is gapping up as much as it is. If you guys know why this is moving, let me know, because I'm still trying to figure out why this is up like it is. It's also great because great morning, bro. Hey, good morning, Ugly. Hey, how you doing, brother? Jeff P, that's perfect. Scroll the disclaimer, yes, sir. And this is also cool because I can interact with the chat in an easier way. So, like, if you guys have questions, let me know. So, Coding is saying that BSQR is a sympathy play. Is it? I mean, I see BSQR with huge moves here, huge rips. There's two distinct ones. There's BRQS and BSQR. All right, so BSQR here, which is the one we're looking at right now. So BSQR, which is this one right here, guys. This one apparently is up on abnormally high volume from increased attention from retail investors. It's a software development firm that is both Microsoft embedded and an IoT partner. So just basically increased Reddit attention for BRQS is what's going on for this, increased Reddit attention. And so we're watching this for BSQR to see what happens here. We've got some nice levels that we can ultimately pay attention to. The daily chart, we're popping up to some of these big levels. We did not hold the big move at 8, but we are back down to 6s. I think we got some support at like 630s, 640s. Really about here at $6 is probably a more reasonable level to pay attention to. So if we're looking at BSQR, I think you can see some support there at 6. And that's, some underneath us. We also have 635 there. So if we look at this, maybe this is going to hold these support. Maybe these support levels. You could also look from pre-market. Look at this. So same exact levels I just drew, which are really interesting because it kind of shows that they're following the chart to a certain extent. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens. BSQR or BRQS. So BSQR and BRQS is what we're looking at. They're saying, so BSQR is the one that ripped up huge yesterday, had some really nice movement. That's what we're looking at is BSQR. But there's also BRQS that is gapping up nicely. BSQR is technically gapping down here. So BSQR is actually gapping down as opposed to BQRS, or BRQS, I mean, which is gapping up. So BRQS is gapping up, BQRS is gapping down. But they're both looking good, and we're watching both of them just for different things. We also have XELA, guys. Yeah, both of them moved yesterday, Martin. Yeah, for sure. Both of them moved. We also have XELA, which looks interesting. XELA is putting some pretty big rips in, some pretty big moves. This one's gapping up. Huge move from yesterday. And this one did have a catalyst, guys. So XELA did have a catalyst that dropped. The catalyst for XELA, I'll probably prefer to do it this way. The catalyst for XELA is that they are expanding their digital mailroom platform availability in the UK. There's also a few other things that dropped, I thought, for this one yesterday. So they launched their robotic process automation platform, and shares are up 44% from that. And so they launched one of their big platforms, and shares are up from that. One of their robotic process automation platforms, and shares are up from that. And then they also came out with something this morning to kind of further boost XELA, stating that they are expanding their digital mailroom platform availability in the US. So good news for this one. Big catalyst that's actually dropping here. And if we look at XELA to see what the float is, this is a highly shorted stock. I did talk about this one yesterday. XELA is highly shorted. A lot of traders are watching this thing. It had a ton of shorts involved with it over the last few days. And I think that it's pretty safe to say that we are getting some squeezes in XELA. I think XELA is getting squeezed up just from the sheer amount of short interest. What I'm showing here in terms of float and short float is about 12 million in the float. I'm showing about a 12 million float for XELA, which is small. It's definitely a small float. And I'm showing, 16 to 18 million short float. So a lot of shorts involved, a lot of people watching this one, and huge rips up from last week, huge monstrous rips up here. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens with XCLA. But yeah, we're definitely paying attention to that, and we'll see what happens here. Remember, guys, while we can, everybody hit that like button, run those like buttons up so we can do tech time and do all that good stuff for tech time. And yeah, just remember to smash those like buttons, hit the subscribe button, and let me know what you think of this format. We don't have to do this format necessarily. We can do the old one. What I've mostly heard people say, though, is that they like this. They like this format. So let me know. Let me know what you prefer. We got the top penny stock movers in the bottom there. And anytime anything new shows up, to be honest, we're going to add that to our list. I'm seeing Verb right now. Verb looking okay. So we'll add Verb to the list just so we can get a running list of all the penny stock movers. So we'll add Verb just so we can get a running list of all the penny stock movers that I think looks good. What about VTNR? Yeah, VTNR looks good enough. It's not it might not be a penny stock, but we'll add that one to the list as well. And so we'll just get a running list so you guys can see everything that's moving here. But yeah, that's, if you look at the bottom list, that's really what we're watching today, guys. So that's really what we're watching today. We have, we have BSQR, PBTS, BQRS, or no, BRQS. Yeah, BRQS, MRIN. And some of these aren't necessarily gapping up, but they're just moving some from yesterday. XCLA, of course, huge rip today, highly shorted stock, very small float. MRIN, just because of the previous volatility. Verb right now is gapping up some. It's over $2. They just reclaimed the VWAP here for Verb. So you can see Verb actually just reclaimed the VWAP here. It's up to 202. And so we're watching Verb, and we're going to see what happens. And then we also have VTNR gapping up to 14s. So far, we got a lot of gaps this morning. It's a Wednesday. Should be fun. We could also bring Two-Way on as a guest today. And let me ask him that now. We could bring Two-Way on as a guest, and he can actually show his face if he wants to. Because the way the guest thing works here is really dope. Talking. Let me catch back up at the chat. The chat is moving fast. Is this the new format you're using? It's pretty nice. Hey, thank you, Corey J. Yeah, and we're not going to be able to please everybody. I just think it's a cool thing. I just think it's more effective and it's more efficient. I can, as you guys can see, I can make comments bigger. So if I'm referencing a comment, it'll be easier for me to do so. And Mitch actually put me on this. So I got to give my props to Mitch, because Mitch is the one that put me on this, and it works really well. You know, and if I want to make my screen big so you guys can see the scanners and the charts, I can. We can have all the top stock movers run across the bottom so it's easier to see. If I want to just put my beautiful face up here, I can, and you guys can see it. And then we can flawlessly transition back to the chart, back to the big chart if we need to. And it's just going to work in a more smooth way, to be honest. So even if you dislike it, you'll be okay. This is just a more efficient way to run the stream. And that should make sense for you guys. You guys should understand it's definitely more efficient, to be honest. And my biggest concern was that I couldn't get the music to play. But now that we got the music to play, hey, we're good to go. We are using StreamYard. Joe says, what's the new platform you're using for this? Or John says, yeah, for sure. I think it's pretty dope, worth a try. Absolutely, for sure. Bob says, the reason I think so many ran yesterday is that crypto doesn't have any perfect setups, so more money is pouring into the stock market. And that's plausible. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I think that sometimes, traders will kind of migrate to different subsets of trading. At the devil's number 666, huh? That's not a good sign. Jack, my man, thank you for the like, brother. Cody says, I actually prefer the old theme. Hey, sorry, bro. I mean, listen, we've had that old theme for so long. We got to try new things here and evolve. So I hope you guys understand. It's minor changes. I mean, there's not much difference, except that I can actually maximize these comments. I can make the comments big. I can reference them. I can put things scrolling back down underneath the underneath everything, so you can see what stocks are moving. And I can just kind of put my watch list scrolling through the bottom in a larger way. And I think that'll work fine. If only I could figure out how to make these a little bit bigger on Benzinga to where I can make the setup bigger, if that makes sense, then I would. If I could figure out a way to make this bigger. But aside from that, that's the only flaw in it that I'm seeing right now. Digging the new look and format. Hey, thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. Thank you. I know, CT, but to be honest, no offense to you, man. I think you're making too big of a deal over little bitty things. You know what I mean? You complained the other day, saying if I did something else that you were gonna leave too. And so it's nothing against you, CT, but it's just kind of like we got to evolve the channel, brother. I mean, I think that's a normal part of it. You know, if this is a more efficient way to run the stream, where we can zoom in and out and have scrolls through the bottom, and I can, you know, go like this, or if I can go like this, and it's more efficient, then you guys should want that. And again, if you guys genuinely support the channel, this is something that you guys, even if you disagree with, should normally support and understand the need for. And so anyways, we got XELA, guys. We're looking at XELA. It's starting to pop. It's at 350s. We're watching this. TAOP. ASRT. And of course, guys, the goal of this channel is to grow. Like, that's the whole point, to grow big. I know some of you prefer it being small, but the whole point is growth. And if you support the channel, you should want growth. You should want the channel to get bigger, because that means we're going to be more stable and bigger, you know? Yeah, for sure. That's the biggest minus coding for sure, is that I can't. I mean, I could put a camera up, but yeah. Aside from that, this will work most of the time. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm getting into a live trade, I could do this, and you guys can see everything, and then see my face, and I can narrate the trade. This is probably what I'll pull up during tech time, is this, so you guys can understand it, and then I could just pull it down if I need to, like that. And you know, it's fairly simple and easy, and works, flows well. No, I can't for that, Cody. Let's see, just zoom in since it's a browser. Control plus the wheel. Let's try it. Oh, you're right, bro. You're right, brother. That does work. Cool. Yeah, that'll work much better. Hey, thank you, man. That did work. So shout out to you, bro. You were right. All right, so now the words are even bigger here, so you guys can see everything. So the words on the scans are bigger. You can see the volume. It's all good now. So that actually works perfectly. So thank you, bro. Now we know. All right, but yeah, I'm not seeing any big catalysts that are dropping. Yeah, I have a hard time seeing, so I really like the new setup. Hey, nice, Welton. Yeah, for sure. And I think it'll be really good. Like, we got the thing scrolling through the bottom. Like, it works well. It works well. El Presidente, much better. Yeah, for sure, healthy. So my man Steve says, El Presidente, John, will you be doing another after-hour show today? Of course, we're going to be doing one every day. We're going to be doing an after-hour show every single day. Again, the after-hour show is going to start between 4 and 4:30 every day. 4 and 4:30 every day. It's going to be a new thing that we add to the channel. We're trying to grow. That's the whole point of this channel. Like, listen, I'm very grateful for everybody here. I love this community that we have, but the goal is always growth. You know, a channel that has over 100,000 subscribers is just a more stable channel on YouTube. And so obviously that's the goal, and you know, that should be understandable. And you guys know me, I tell you the truth regardless of anything. Like, I don't care how big I get. I'm always going to be real with you guys about things. AMC down at 5680s. We're watching that. We got XELA. It's at 340s. You know, VTNR is another one that's kind of on the list. I don't know why this is moving, specifically talking about VTNR. But, you know, let's take a look at it. Let's delve deeper into VTNR here. and see what is going on with it, why it's essentially moving here. So to zoom in, here's VTNR. Gapping up from 10.20s to $15. So, 50% gap up here for VTNR. It's up 50% to $15. We have the reason for this is that Clean Harbors is going to acquire a used motor oil collection, re-refining assets from Vertex Energy. All right, so Clean Harbors is going to buy Vertex's used motor oil collection for $140 million, in their re-refinery assets for $140 million. So this company is about to make $140 million from that, and that is causing some bullish sentiment, obviously, for VTNR. You can see VTNR is popping up pretty big from that, and yeah, we can also look at the scanners and look at these scanners, guys. So when we have this window up, we can see like OCUP. OCUP is starting to rip. We can add this to, one of our scroller here at the bottom that shows, all of these. We got OCUP. We're just going to have this roll through the bottom here so you guys can see it like this. But yeah, VTNR gapping up on that. Now we have OCUP here, making pretty big moves. We're watching it. We're going to see what happens with it. Let me see if we can figure out what the float size is for this. OCUP is gapping up. What I'm showing right now for OCUP, I am showing a 10 million float. So 10 million in the float, breaking highs up here for OCUP. I'm showing a little bit of a short float percentage. A little bit of a short float percentage here for OCUP. And the reason this one is up is because Occupier, which is OCUP, their Vega 1 Phase 2 trial and their Presbyopia met their primary and secondary endpoints. So it met their primary and secondary endpoints here for OCUP in their Phase 1 and 2 trial for Presbyopia. Nailed it for OCUP. So yeah, it met its primary endpoints, met its, had positive testing results. That met its primary endpoints for OCUP, and it's pushing up. It's at 650 now, guys. 650. So we're going to see what happens. Remember, guys, everybody hit that like button. Let's run these like numbers up, and let's get to tech time today, which is always one of my favorite parts of the day. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get to tech time today. That's what I want to do. And yeah, let me know anything that you want to see during tech time. Let me turn on my nice candle here. Let me catch back up with the chat. I really like the interaction with the chat. I think that's the coolest part. I think the fact that I can interact with the chat doing this is really, really dope. XCLA offering, be careful. 150 million XCLA offering filed this morning. Check the SEC filings. Okay, we'll check that out. We'll see what drops here. I'm wondering if two-way. A lot of the time what happens here, guys. A lot of the time what happens with stocks like this, and just to speak on XCLA, like what you'll see a lot is you'll see stocks pump themselves up, and maybe they're not. Maybe I'm going to preface with like, maybe this is not happening. Maybe this is not what's going on. But a lot of the time, you'll see stocks pump themselves up, and then they'll immediately hit you with an offering after they've pumped up their price, right? So they'll pump up their price to where they can sell it and make more money through the offering, and then they'll hit you with the offering and drag the price down. Very common. Very common. Remember, we're not investment professionals. We're not liable for losses. Please do not copy our trades. This is for entertainment purposes only. But yeah, I don't know if that's what XCLA is doing. We're going to have to figure out what is going on with it, why it's moving, and all that good stuff. Yeah, Juan, we got a new layout, brother. We got a new layout, man. We're using StreamYard. And again, it's really dope. We can make it myself big, and we can talk about what's going on. We can zoom in on just this chart. If you guys just want to see the chart, we've got our main watches scrolling down on the bottom here, guys. So look down at the bottom. You'll see the main watches. If it's a way easier time, we're using Benzinga, but you can see the main watches just kind of scrolling down on the bottom, and it's just it's a way more interactive way to run this stream. It really is. It's a way more interactive way. It's a lot cooler, and it's a lot more fun for me because we can, like I said, we can make comments big and then reference them, and it's just a really cool way to do it. I feel fancy now. Hey, you should, Robert. You should, bro. You should feel fancy, sir. Now, XCLA pop it up. We got PBTS. We're still watching PBTS. This was the big move. No, so Jay said the old. Here's a fun question. Are those new AirPods or did the old ones dry out? Shout out to Apple, bro. I gotta give Apple a shout out. I didn't put it in rice. I didn't really try to let them dry out. I just left it on the table discouraged because I washed them, or Carol washed them, really. And then I tried them on the next day, and they worked. They worked fine. They worked good. My AirPods are working great. You know, my AirPods are working great. They got washed in the washing machine, and they're still working fine. So shout out to AirPods because, you know, they made some tough headphones. I'll be honest here. Yeah, we do have a push-up counter, Jason K. But the push-up counter, we're not going to scroll continuously. The push-up counter will scroll like this. So far today, we've got one donation equals 2 push-ups. That's roughly 50 cents per push-up. The total count for today is 10 push-ups. And so if you want to contribute to the push-up count, we'll try to reference this maybe once an hour. If you want to contribute to the push-up count, you can donate, of course. $1 in donations equals 2 push-ups and help John get in shape because everybody knows I need it. Also, click the like button, guys. Let's run the like numbers up. I definitely appreciate the support. You know, I think we got some people that dislike the new setup. Most people are saying I like the new setup, and I do too. I gotta say, I like the new setup as well. We can zoom in on stuff if we really need to. I also made the text a little bit bigger here on Benzinga so that you can read this a little bit easier. So the text is bigger. So even when we're back here, for instance, you can still read the text and see what's moving. I just think it's a cool format. You know, I'm still going to be using my green screen, and I'll probably go back and forth. I could even implement my green screen in this. But yeah, it's a cool way. And the cool thing is, like, we can bring guests on, and the guests can use the same format. Like, I can add a guest on like we do on Benzinga shows and all that good stuff. But yeah, here's OCUP, guys. So OCUP, huge run here for OCUP. Look at it. It's at 660s now, guys. 660s, 670s. We're going to see what happens for OCUP. We're watching it for sure. Big gap up, small float. Let's take a look at the daily chart here a little bit. So here's the daily chart for OCUP. I can't really say that I necessarily like it. I can't really say that I necessarily like this daily chart for OCUP. I'm not saying that it's done per se. You know, I'm not saying that it's over with. I'm just saying I'm not sure if I'm feeling the daily chart here. Now, the intraday chart looks great. It's holding the VWAP. It's maintaining really, really nicely. And so we're watching for that. And yeah, looks more pro. We need more pro. Hey, thank you, brother. Hey, it does. That it does, sir. That it does. New format with the large comments is dope. Love the improvement. Hey, thank you, Morris Bain. I appreciate that, brother. I think it'll be good for the show. I really do. Even if you dislike it, you'll get used to it. Looks more pro, and we need more pro. And if I'm not anything, I'm definitely top 3 pros in the world right now. But you know, I like the new format as well. So appreciate the support. That's right. Smack that like button, guys. Show your support. OCUP just broke over these highs, guys. Look at this. Over these highs, it's at 713 now. So OCUP just broke over 713s here. Looks good. Looks strong. We're going to see what happens here. Broken over these highs. We're at 716, 720s. We're watching this. We're going to see what happens now. Hey, thank you, Captain Matty. Hey, thank you, TK. What's up with WEI? Yeah, I don't know. Right now, OCUP is the biggest mover right now. And we can even make a banner. And it'll be more like a real show. Like we can have like news alerts like this where we add the banner and we can say OCUP is breaking highs, and we can zoom in for it. And I think it'll be really dope. Like, look at OCUP. It's breaking highs here. over the 725 level. We'll look at the $7 level right here. If you see $7 right here, I think $7 is going to be a big level that a lot of people pay attention to. It's a whole dollar level. It's a previous high up there. It was a really isolated level too, because if you guys know me, I'm looking for isolated levels up here. I want to see isolated levels that we can break and hold over and all that good stuff. And so with OCUP, I just want to see it break and hold over 7, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so Two Way will join me on the show today. That's cool. Let's go ahead and watch this. This is what's really fun about the show. Okay. But yeah, OCUP breaking highs right now. Huge rip up. It's at 740s right now, guys. 740s. And yesterday was a great day. Honestly, yesterday was one of the best days I've had in a long time trading. Let me see if I still have the snip. Look at this from yesterday, guys. I'm really proud of my trading too, because this was my day yesterday. I made over $200. If you did not catch the end of the stream, I grinded it up yesterday, made $200+. Feels good, man. Feels good. And it's one of those things where I'm getting better for sure as a trader. Like, I'm definitely getting better, and we'll see where that leads me, guys. We'll see where that leads me. All right. I'm going to get Two Way in here, and then I am probably going to have to go take a bathroom break and let him hold it down. And if you guys have any recommendations for stocks, the other cool thing is that you can recommend them, and I can look at them like this. Like, check out Verb pop up. So Verb, did I miss MRIN? So we're going to look at Verb. Here's Verb. Verb is absolutely ripping up this morning as well. Let me see if this has a catalyst real quick. I see Verb popping up here. I know it had a gap yesterday in pre-market as well. Okay, so Tuesday morning, the Ascendient Capital, which is Tuesday morning, Ascendient Capital initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating and a $4 price target for Verb. That's what a lot of people are saying is a $4 price target was set for Verb by Ascendient Capital. And again, I can't say whether this is going to hold or not, or whether it's actually going to hit the price target, but that's just one of the reasons why that's just one of the reasons why it's gapping up, is because it was initiated, price target was set, and it got a lot of hype. Okay, so we do have Two Way here. What's up, brother? How you doing, Two Way?
Oh, hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, good to see you, man. Hey, and this is a great format because it allows us to come on here. Our audio will automatically be the same. We won't have to tweak it. But we have my man Two Way here, guys. If you don't know Two Way, he's my partner with Trader Rehab, the show we're doing. An episode will be debuting right after the stream today, guys. So we'll post that and promote that a little bit later. So just be on the lookout for that. And yeah, we should have a fun day, bro. What are you thinking about the market today so far, too?
It's wild. There's a lot going up right now, so I'm just finalizing my my morning prep to see what I'm going to be trading. So
Nice.
there's a lot of activity going on. So I'm definitely going to wait for the open. Probably not going to take any pre-market trades, but I'm just doing my final research on OCUP right now.
Yeah. So I might have to ask you a favor. Number one, I got to go to the restroom. So if you could hold down the stream for a second. Number two, do you see any filings for XCLA? So somebody said we had a filing. Okay, so somebody said there was an offering that was filed for this one. So is that true?
Yeah, I just see it here. It was actually filed today at 7:06 this morning.
Right.
Yep. So for it's 150. So, and this is what I mentioned. I think I mentioned to you yesterday in chat that Zella. Let me pull up my notes from yesterday. Sure. Zella was actually an agenda player in my books, because what happened was they actually, prior to the offering, they had a shelf of over 400 million out there. This is from a May of this year, 500 million S3. So only used 100 million of it at that point. But the big thing about it is, like, they actually had a less than 1 month left of cash. And on top of that, they also had another S3 with an unspecified purchase agreement. So they didn't say how much the agreement's going to be or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys a snip of what Two Way sent me yesterday. Yeah, just so you guys know, Two Way's on top of this. Like he knows. He sent me this yesterday. So this was yesterday at 5:40 a.m. So he knew about this before a lot of other people, and you can kind of see the importance of that because it'll save you new traders some money. I got to run to the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back, guys.
Yep, cool, no
but
worries. But yeah, so the plan was at least the thought process on this here was this is liquidity play. This is one of the reasons I was looking at Zella yesterday, and so the whole goal, the whole purpose was to kind of create attention pre-market and make it one of the runners. Now, the funny thing is this actually is in the same sector as MRIN. So that's the other piece of the puzzle that kind of fit into it. So knowing that they're low in cash, they're not making any money off of their revenues, and then you see that they actually have an offering. A majority of the money comes from offering, and they actually have a lot of these offerings came as an ATM, meaning at the market. There's a big difference between like a priced offering and an ATM, because a price offering, a normal typical offering will tell you how much they're looking to unload and at what price. So at least you kind of having a heads up. An ATM, they can load that, or at the market, they can load that at any time as the market opens. So at any price. So the weird thing about Zella yesterday, that I was expecting to have a much bigger rip at the open, kind of like what MRIN did early on, but this one here broke pre-market high a little bit and then it faded off. So it was fairly weak, and I didn't think there was enough liquidity or action in a sense to really unload the offering they're trying to unload. Sure enough, it held, bagged all those shorts midday, and it just squeezed into the closing after hours. So this was the agenda. This is where what they're looking to do. So now it makes sense with the offering that came out this morning. This is the overall play. So
just pump their stock up, and then they hit you with an offering so they can capitalize on the stock price being pumped up.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So it's like I said, I mentioned, it's just in the same sector as MRIN, and then I think you're asking about like BPTS, BLIN, and what's the new one? BRQS.
Oh yeah, no. BRQS and BQRS. So there's two of them. So there's BRQS, which just dumped down huge. So BRQS guys just took a dive. So here's BRQS right here, and it just dived back down. And then there's also BQRS, or no, BRQS.
BRQS,
no, BRQS is the one that did it. They're BSQR. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, they're very similar. BSQR is the one that ripped yesterday, guys.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, here's the thing about it. Even though they're very similar, and it's funny thing. Yesterday, I was typing BRQS.
Right.
So I'm looking at research. What the heck?
Hey, wait, you broke up.
It's normal for the habit.
You broke up the last 5 seconds, baby.
Sorry. 10 seconds. Sorry. Yeah. So I was looking at yesterday was pull up charts. I was looking at BRQS, and I forgot that it was actually BSQR. So I did that same mistake. However, all the ones that I just made, especially the few that just gapped up with no news, John, they're all in the same sector as MRIN and Zella.
And there's a ton with no news today. It's actually kind of crazy how many are gapping up with no news over the last week. Really, there's just a lot of gaps. Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of gaps with no news. Yeah, exactly. They're all just kind of following each other, which is interesting. It's definitely interesting. Another one that I'm watching today, like I think you mentioned it, is PBTS. Now, PBTS was ripping in after hours yesterday, and as always, guys, like we don't really. There's no known catalyst. Like we'll put this down at the bottom. There's no known catalyst that we see here for this one, for PBTS. So it's another one of these ones that small float. We don't know why it's actually gapping up some, but it's interesting enough to pay attention to. It's got 40 million in the float, so it's actually not a super small float or anything like that. Just to show you guys this one. And again, no known catalyst that I'm seeing here. What do you think about this one?
Which one again? Sorry.
PBTS.
PBTS, same thing. There's a sympathy for MRIN. It's the same sector as them. So it's the, let me pull it up here again. It is the software application. And I think they're both based out of China, if I'm not, let me see, PBTS. Yeah, PBTS is in China. and MRIN is it's US, but it's all the same sector, which is a software application. So I think that's following that same thing. And a lot of these other ones, the BLIN, BBTS, the BRQS, I think they're all like China based. So again, it's just a follow through momentum. There really is. So it's a very inorganic move.
Right.
One thing, and I want to double check too, but I don't think any of these are. The other thing you need to make sure that you pay attention is where are they trading at? Meaning that are they trading on the NASDAQ? Are they trading on the Amex? Are they trading on the New York Stock Exchange? Because if they're trading on the Amex and they're popping up with no news and the company cannot justify this big move, the Amex does not play around and they will shut it down and trade and halt the trading. So always pay attention to that. NASDAQ is very loose with that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Majority of the times they don't. But if it's in the Amex and they have no specific news, they reach out to the company and they have no reason why, they will halt.
Yeah. So real quick, breaking news. We got DFFN gapping up here, and I think I'm going to use this. Breaking news, guys. We got DFFN gapping up. The other thing I wanted to ask. So the Amex is usually lower cap stocks, correct?
Right.
They're like more, at least more so on average, because I've looked a lot at the different exchanges, and I've always realized like the Amex is lower cap stocks on average, small cap stocks. And just to give you guys this lesson, because I think I did this lesson on one of the Trader Rehab episodes coming up. But if you guys don't know, we get a lot of confusion on what cap means. Like people hear big cap, small cap, large cap, mid cap, all these different things, right? Like what it really means here is cap stands for capitalization. So market cap stands for market capitalization. You have the float of a stock, right? And the easy way to think about what a float is the total amount of shares that are floating around for the public to trade, right? The market cap is all the shares out there. So it's all the shares, including institutional owned shares, executive owned shares, CEO owned shares. And so that's the outstanding shares, like all the shares that are out there. The market cap is that times the price of the stock. That's the market cap. So basically, when you hear somebody say small cap, large cap, when they say small cap, they usually mean smaller companies. They've got a smaller cap, smaller price based off of a smaller outstanding share amount. There's less shares out there with a cheaper price. It's a smaller company on average. It's a less established company, to where a large cap stock is going to be a more established company that has more shares outstanding and that has a higher price to, cause the higher market cap, if that makes sense. A little quick lesson on market cap, guys. But yeah, DFFN popping up here. I know you don't usually mess with these sub $1 stocks too, but what do you think about this one, man?
I know you don't mess, but what do you think?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't. So, and the reason why is, well, for two things. One is it's under $1, so I suck at under $1. But two is going to be the range. It's only gapping up as of right now, roughly around 20, or it has gapped up roughly 23 cents. So there's not enough meat on the bone for me to be able to get excited on. So I like to have enough range, a lot of volatility, people who are trapped on the long side for me to really capitalize. Right now, there's no interest in me for it at all. So long side is a different story. It can definitely, because I know the whole dollar mark of $1, it's a big psychological breakout. So if it hasn't done that last time I did it was back in March. It was over $1. So it's not going to be as strong, but let's say if it hasn't been there over a year, and that's going to be a big breakout over $1. But it's been a high as 185, I think, back in February this year.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at that now, and just to zoom in so you guys can see that. So yeah, I don't mind trading these cheap stocks as much. Like I don't mind trading them as much. It's one of those things that sometimes I have good results with them, sometimes bad, obviously. I do think $1 is important, and this one does have a catalyst, so we'll look at that real quick. This one is Diffusion Pharmaceuticals. They reported a positive trend in oxygenation from the TCOM trial. So basically positive trial results for DFFN here. I just want to see the volume hold up, and we'll see if that actually happens here. I think a lot of people are mentioning OCUP. You can see OCUP.
Yeah, I got some news on that.
Yeah. So OCOP rip it up big. What do you think about this one, Ben?
Yeah, I'm just wrapping it up right now. So here's the interesting thing. On OCUP, I mean, first off, as far as fundamentally, it's in my wheelhouse, meaning that it has a float of 10 million is what I'm getting here. Market cap of like 57 million. Short float percentage is only 6%, so it's fairly low. Institutional ownership is about 15%. That's fairly low, but it has estimate of cash left about 3.9 months is what I got. So here's the thing. So they actually had a recent ATM. I'm not an ATM, but an offering back in June 7th of this year, right?
Sure.
But here, and it was about 3 million shares. Now, included in there is 1.5 million warrants priced at 609. So this was on June 7th. It has not hit $6.09 since then. And we're there now.
Yeah, we're over that. Yeah.
So there you go. So it's like, again, you're like, always, what is the agenda? Why is it really running, right? So these are the things that I kind of put together. If I'm not seeing any of these for the long bias trader, red flags, for me, it's green flags. If I'm not seeing these green flags in my view, then it's less likely for me to trade. Or if I do trade it, I'm just going to nail and bail.
Right.
If I see this manipulation there, yes, I'm going to be cautious because I don't know when the end game is going to happen, but I am going to be a little bit more focused on this versus some other ones.
Right, for sure. The next thing I want to talk about, guys, is AMC for a split second here. And the question I have is, when do you think AMC is going to break out of this range here, guys? So I know this isn't really Two Ways forte, but I've been watching AMC. We're holding it. And the question I have is that if you look at a daily chart, you could see this very specific range for AMC. You can see a very specific range. Even if we remove all of this, you could see a very specific range between 65 and 50. Kind of a psychological level right here at $50 as well. When do you guys think AMC is going to break out of this range, and in what direction? We'll go ahead and poll the chat. We'll go ahead and poll the chat. When do you think AMC is going to break out of this range? I'm going to ask the chat a poll right now, so make sure you vote on this poll. I think it's a good question. It's an interesting question to judge sentiment. Of course, we're not pumping this because all right, that's the question, guys. When do you think AMC is going to break out of this range? That's the real question. You see the range between 50 and 65. We just asked the chat, when do you think AMC is going to break out of this current range? We have this week, this month. We have today, within a week, within a month. Never. It'll just stay in this range forever. This is the range that interests me the most here. I want to see AMC hold over 50, and I think we've been consolidating here for weeks now. And so I think we've been building this specific range. You can actually see the range pretty easily here. Here's the range. The big question is, when are we going to break out of this range, guys? A lot of people are waiting for it. People get discouraged about AMC, or they get down on AMC because, for instance, it dropped yesterday. But, I mean, the reality is AMC is just consolidating. It's just been consolidating for a few weeks now, and I think we're going to start to get some momentum when we break out of that range. We have some votes here. We've got about 56 votes on this poll. 4% think today, which I think, is probably right. I don't know if we're going to break that range today. We got 32% said within a week. 43% said within a month, and we got some trolls here saying never, which is great. That's the whole point of asking that question. But yeah, we'll see what happens with it. But AMC is, as always, we're watching that, of course. But yeah, I see some other ones show up here. Like, look at ASTS, AST Space Mobile too. Look at this one. You see this one? This one is ripping up huge as well.
Oh yeah.
Look at the float.
Yeah, it's gapped over $2. Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is the time that you really need to focus on the best setups.
Right.
Because you're always going for the new shiny object. You don't know what to trade, and then you're trading random stuff, and you look back and be like, oh my gosh, I forgot about ABC ticker, XYZ.
Right.
I should have stuck with that. Yeah. So don't always chase it. Let the stock set up, and then wait for the trade to come to you.
Right, for sure. And yeah, this one's moving.
I think this is a real company.
Yeah,
Deutsche Bank is tied to it.
Yeah, I'm seeing 40 million float. So a 40 million float. Let's see if we can find some catalysts or some news.
That's a market cap of 1.71 billion.
Ooh, so it's a big cap.
That's a big company. Yeah, as soon as I saw Deutsche Bank is included in the news, that's a real company.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm seeing yesterday they filed a shelf, or no, the day before yesterday they filed a 141.5 million share shelf. Let me see what else. So yeah, so Deutsche initiated coverage on them with a buy rating and a $35 price target. It looks like that is what's sparking this move up. Is that Deutsche Bank?
No, thank you.
Is initiating coverage. It's more of a real company. Let's look at the daily chart. Daily chart's a little sketch, So I don't know how much I like the daily chart, but we're watching it. One of my favorite daily charts here, and you can let me know what you think about this too, is VTNR. Look at the daily chart for VTNR. That doesn't look bad. The daily chart, we're getting closer to the highs here. We're gapping up over these highs, I guess, now, actually. So we're gapping up nicely over these highs. We are effectively way up here now in this stock's movement. So we broke over the 52-week highs. We're up to $15 here, up 50%, maybe a little bit extended. I don't know what the short numbers for VTNR are. I'm looking at 36 million in the float.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say 36 million in the float. I only see 5% short float, but VTNR is breaking up. It looks okay.
Yeah, I mean, the daily chart, first of all, looking at the daily chart, it's something I don't like because, like you said, it's looking like it's going to break out, or if it hasn't, it did break out in the daily pre-market. But, some of the things like I saw is that back in February, actually December is when it started last year. They were actually had a minimum bid price requirement, so non-compliance. They actually were compliant as of February 2nd. So I knew that they were in trouble there for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, they also had they still have a 500 million shelf from April of this year. But again, the daily chart, So the daily chart is always going to be the indicator if I'm going to trade this or not, because I like to see bag holders on the daily chart. So any days previously that it ran and then it fell back down with huge volume, there's a lot of people.
You're breaking up a little bit too. You're frozen.
Looks to see like this going to the moon.
Okay, you're back. Oh, hey, you're froze. Oh, sorry, you froze for like what? 10 seconds, guys? Something like that, like 10 seconds.
Golly. Okay. All right. I've been having a little problem with my fiber, but
no, it's all right.
But anyways, yeah, the daily chart is, again, it's like I'm looking to see if there's any bag holders on the daily chart, because I know that anybody who bought on those days with big volume, if they're underwater the first minute that it has the chance to get back to break even or even close to it, they're going to sell. And there's a lot of selling pressure. That's going to help me on the short side. But this one here, I don't see no bag holders. I may have to go back years to see if there's anything.
Right. Especially at these levels, I don't see anything. I'm seeing lifetime highs.
Yeah.
I think we're breaking lifetime highs here.
Exactly. So even more. Well, yeah. I mean, unless it had a reverse stock split, which I think it did back in the day. But just looking at that, just looking over the last decade, it's actually reaching. Yeah, it's over all-time high break. It was back in 2014 is where it was around over $11. So it's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
So I think just it being around these lifetime highs is going to bring so many eyes to it. We get a good question from Joe saying, what do you expect from VTNR today? And I got to say, I don't know. I genuinely don't know what VTNR is going to do, of course. I'm more of a reactive trader. So like I don't really want to predict what a lot of these penny stocks or these sub $20 stocks are going to do, because to be honest, you never really know, Joe. What I more so prefer to do is just react to what they actually do and then try to find an edge in the movement that they're doing. But with VTNR, of course, a lot of eyes are on this thing because it's been breaking lifetime highs. You can see the daily chart here and see the daily chart looks pretty decent. We're breaking some lifetime high levels, and that's going to bring a certain amount of eyes to it. we want to just see it hold. Like I see 1350 as support. I'm looking at 1350 to see if it holds there. We got the new lifetime high, I guess, which is up there at 1550. It's a pre-market high. It's a $0.50 level. That is really a huge level that I'm paying attention to, is 1550. That's the new lifetime high. It's a $0.50. It's the pre-market high. There's just a lot of things that are kind of flowing together with VTNR at that 1550 level. And so with that, I'm definitely going to be watching that. Remember, guys, we are not investment professionals. We're not liable for losses. Please do not copy our trades. This is for entertainment purposes only. But that's my own subjective opinion about VTNR. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I'm not in the game of predicting because nobody can predict. If you could, you'd be billionaires, right? It's all about making a plan. If it doesn't, and that's the thing. It's like this. What changed my my thinking on it, because I used to be like that. Oh man, I think it could do this. I could think it could do that. I changed it to this is my plan. Because if it never met my plan and never met alliance, then I truly never had a trade and I never missed anything. But if I made a plan and it did meet my plan, but I didn't execute, that's a missed opportunity. So that's the way I look at it.
We do have coding saying that it's not the lifetime high, but it's the decade high for VTNR. Right? And so that's still reasonable enough to watch. But I appreciate that update because that's actually helpful for sure.
No, that's what I said. I thought it was a reverse stock split because I'm looking at big charts. It was like $7,000 per share. So
and we got a few people asking about ALF. We have Papa Bull, and then we have Robert saying what's going on with ALF.
Scammer.
Why the drop? Yeah, I mean, ALF is one of those stocks that, I mean, I don't know. To be honest, if I'm being completely honest, I don't mind the daily chart here. The daily chart. So number one, ALF is a relatively new company. This company IPO'd back about a month ago. So it hasn't been around long. Questionable stock price movement over the last few days, really, for ALF over the last few weeks. Has this one had a catalyst come out for it? So I see Benzinga reached out to the CEO, which is Paul Pereira. Sorry if I mispronounced that. I'm trying to see what sparked this move. All I will say for ALF is that it's really extended up here. It might keep running, of course, but I mean, think about it, guys. It went from 241 where it IPO'd all the way up to over 20s here. I'm trying to find the short float. I think it was a highly shorted stock, if I remember correctly. Very small float, and so that would kind of explain why this thing is skyrocketing. And we'll have to wait and see what happens here. One of the reasons I like this new format is because I can literally do this every time we're talking about a subject, and I can just say what's going on with ALF, and that's what we're explaining. But yeah, daily chart. Not a bad little pullback level. I want to see if we hold at $15. Here's $15. I think $15, reasonable enough whole dollar level that might act as support around us. And we've been downtrending for the last few days. The only thing you got to think about, though, guys, with this is that sometimes these don't come back. A lot of people try to buy, like one of my swing trading strategies is to buy oversold stocks. The problem if you try to do that with low float penny stocks is that a percentage of these are just never coming back. A percentage of these are just going to keep dropping, and so if you try to get into an oversold dip buy in it, some of these are just not coming back. I'm not saying that's what ALF is doing, but these are a dime a dozen to me. I see stocks that make big parabolic rips like this and then quietly fade back down. We never see them again. You see these happen a lot. And I'm not saying that that's what ALF is, but I'm skeptical. I'm looking at it with skeptical eyes, of course. Also, AMC gapping up today, guys. So AMC's up to 56.80s. What do you think of ALF too?
I don't like it. I traded.
I had a feeling.
Well, the thing about it, like it was extremely low float, right? But the other thing was that the locals were super expensive. They were like 20 cents per share. So I never even get a chance to trade it at all.
Right. So we did have the poll complete for AMC. We got 128 votes. 45% think it'll break that range within a month. And I tend to agree with the majority here, to be honest. That's a first. I think it'll break the range. I don't know what side is going to break it on. I hope it's the upside, but hey, we'll have to wait and see. Look at Verb too.
Verb?
Yeah, Verb is popping up here. Verb is breaking highs.
Yeah, 70. Yeah, it has a 70 cent range. It's getting there. I wanted to go a little bit higher. Ideally, I can see it had some volume. Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
Right. I'm trying to see
for
the
me on the short
here.
side. So
yeah. I'm trying to look at the catalyst here. Ascendiant Capital initiated coverage on Verb with a buy rating and a $4 price target yesterday. Basically a rating increase for Verb is the reason I'm seeing this moving up. I don't see anything else here that would cause this to move up. I see some hype that came out with this on the 25th. It's a live streaming app for US e-commerce. So it's a live streaming e-commerce app similar to the home shopping network like HSN or QVC, where a host showcases products that you can then buy, kind of like the shopping channel during the broadcast, but with a modern twist. It's more interactive. The audience can engage through comments, likes, and polls. Very similar to this here. And so I do like that. I think that's a good idea. I think that is a good idea for the modern world. I think that one of the most effective ways to sell products historically in the last 30 years, 40 years has been through TV marketing like that. And I think bringing a modern twist to it through the internet, through stuff like this makes a lot of sense. For instance, I see a lot of people on Facebook doing that very same thing. Like on Facebook, you'll see like shops that pop up, whether it's like jewelry, and you'll have like a host that's like selling jewelry in a very similar format to the home shopping network or something like that. And so I think that is sprouting up more and more, and that's a trend. If you want to get in early in a business trend, that is a business trend that I've been seeing a lot lately. And so finding a way to please those type of entrepreneurs and those type of people will be a niche that you could possibly exploit. I'm a businessman, so I'm always thinking about businesses. Where can I make money? What's the new thing that I can target? And I think that is one of them. And I think this is a great idea, to be honest. Maybe we're a little late because this idea is coming out. But I think it's a great idea, and it's something you guys should watch for. Now, with that said, I don't know how I feel about the actual stock VERB. I don't know much about this one at all. What I'm seeing right now is Verb has 54 million in the float. It's got about 7% short float percentage that I'm seeing for Verb. And so a decent amount are in there short. Not a ton, but there's some shorts involved here. It's not a tiny float. It's about a medium-sized float, which we'll see what happens. You can kind of see that movement. And yeah, we'll wait to see what happens. It is breaking highs. This 220 level looks to be acting as some pretty solid resistance now. And so let's see if we can break 220. We broke highs. We rejected back down to 215s. And we'll have to see what happens with Verb here.
Check out Zella, man. I think the offering just finally caught up to everybody's attention.
Ooh, yeah. XCLA is dumping down here, guys. Yeah. Dumping down.
But here's the funny thing. Remember, it's 150 million offering. What's the market cap on Zella?
Let me see. We got breaking. Zilla is dropping. Let me see if we can figure out here. Let me pull it up. I'll look it up. I'll look up the market cap real quick.
Yeah, I'll tell you right here. So it's 131 million. Okay. So the offering is bigger than what the company's worth.
No, man. See, and that's the sketchy part about this. A lot of people get roped into these stocks. Yeah. I do want to take a second. Jeff was taken for the donation. So, hey, thank you, Jeff, my man. And what's really cool is that when we get a donation like this, number one, we add it to the push-up count. But number two is that we can put it big on the screen here. OCUP is holding 790s to 8. Yeah, right around the VWAP as well. Do you think that it'll go up or down when the market starts? See, this is a question, brother. Listen, I appreciate the $5, and we're definitely going to add this to the push-up count, sir. But it's one of those things where you never really know. You never really know. Some good things to see is stocks holding trends in pre-market. So we want to see it holding trends, but you never really know what it's going to do at the opening bell. All we can really do is try to judge the extension here. So we're up to 8s. We can look to see where the big resistance is on this chart. And so we can zoom in to I'm seeing some resistance at like $9. We got a lot of kind of tops up here. We definitely have some more at about $9.50. So 9 to 950 looks to be a lot of resistance. We also might have some support at $8. So these are levels I'm specifically watching here. We've got $8, and now we're back above that as well. We've got $7 underneath us that we don't want to see it drop to. And then, of course, we've got this 850 pre-market high level that everybody's watching. The pre-market high is just a big milestone level that a lot of traders are going to be paying attention to. And so we're watching the pre-market high. We're watching the VWAP down here at 770s, and we're watching the $7 level underneath that, maybe 750 or maybe 775. But we're just paying attention to levels. We don't know what it's going to do at the open. To be honest, nobody does, even if they claim to. But the goal is to find favorable stocks. If you're wanting to trade, within 30 to 45 minutes after the opening bell, the goal is to find favorable stocks and then react to what they do. If you try to predict what these penny stocks are going to do, to be honest, most of these are going to fail. Most penny stocks under $10 are just going to go down. I've back tested it before. Only about 29% of them eventually break pre-market highs that day, which means that a large majority of them fail 2 out of 3. So it's one of those things we're watching anywhere between 2 out of 3 and 4 and 3 out of 4. But yeah, OCUP, we're watching it. I love the volume. I think it's maintaining a really nice trend as well. You can see every time it pulls back to the VWAP, it's actually holding. But time will tell when we don't really know what's going to happen. I believe this is catalyst driven. For OCUP.
It is. I mean, it's some really good news because there's certain keywords and press releases that I keep pay attention to, and this has actually a few of them. One is that it's phase 2, right? So there's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3s, right? And phase 2 is the next step in their testing, and it's actually pretty strong. But on top of that, they actually met primary and secondary endpoints. So anything that they were testing has actually was successful in a sense. So that's a really positive news. But also keep in mind that, again, we got those warrants, 1.5 million warrants at 609. And just let you know, John, OCUP is easy to borrow when my broker.
So might have some shorts involved in there. Interesting. So I hope that helps, Jeff. I hope that makes sense. We do have another donation here that I'm seeing from my man, Chris. He says, what is the best way to find stocks that are good to buy at the end of the day and then swing overnight? That's a good question. Okay, so when you're looking for swing trading stocks, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. If you're just looking to hold stocks overnight, there's different ways you can do that as well. What I usually do is I look for oversold stocks and then try to buy and catch a bounce. That's usually what I'm looking for the most. If I'm going to hold a stock overnight or if I'm going to swing trade a stock, is I'm looking for oversold stocks. And then we're going to try to ride a bounce from that. Most of the time, I'm not going to be swing trading penny stocks. And a lot of these penny stocks, to be completely honest, you don't want to swing trade. A lot of these are terrible companies. A lot of these are going to be very volatile, just kind of spontaneous and random. As opposed to like mid and high caps that you can swing trade in a safer way. So I'm a lot of the time just looking at extension. So I'm looking at extension. Another way you could do it is looking for high breaks, looking for strength to come in and trying to attack a specific trend. So for instance, Apple over the last, few weeks here has been maintaining one of the most obvious trends in the market. Here's the trend for Apple. It's very clear. It's very obvious. If we want to zoom in here, and let me minimize this. If we want to zoom in here, let me get rid of this banner real quick. If we want to zoom in here, you can see one of the most obvious trends. And so what a lot of people do for swing trading is they just wait for pullbacks, to this trend, and they try to hold it for the bounce. So when it pulls back here, pulls back here, they just try to ride it and hold it overnight. And so there's a lot of different ways that you can swing trade. It's a very subjective thing. What I would caution you for is that if you are trying to get involved with penny plays, like penny stocks, there's a lot of risk. There's potentially big reward as well, but there's a lot of risk, so just be careful. And I appreciate the $5. Thank you, my boy. I appreciate the support, bro. Tua, you have any comments on that, brother? I don't know how much of a swing trader you are, but
I think, I mean, I play 90% of the time with small caps, and you don't swing small caps.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I am testing some swing trading strategies, and I've shared it with you in the past, but I'm not really spent too much time on it yet.
Right, for sure. And that's what usually, like when I'm swing trading, guys. Okay, so here's one more kind of lesson that we'll throw in there. Is that one of the ways that you can swing trade, and one of the most effective ways to do it is story driven, Chris. So to go back to Chris's question, what's the best way to find stocks that are good to buy at the end of the day? Look for correlating stories in the market. Props to my man Mitch. He called out Corsair right before the E3 gaming conference. And you can see the correlating story with that. Like, okay, the conference is coming this weekend. Video games are going to get hyped up, and we might have some sympathy in video game stocks. So if we buy some video game stocks and then hold over the weekend for E3, then Monday morning, these might gap up some. And that's exactly what happened with Corsair. Another one was COVID teched the market, dropped MGM. And, MGM's probably not going to fail. It's a healthy company, and it was down 75%. And so I dip bought that, held for a week or two, and sold that. And so there's different stories you can take advantage of in the market, and you're going to have those type of opportunities in different sectors throughout the year that you could take advantage of. So you just got to be patient. A very famous person said, money is not made in the trading, money is made in the waiting. So you got to wait for good setups. It's super important. And that's a few different ways you can do it. Of course, you guys know me. We're going to get on my legal liability. We are not investment professionals and are not liable for losses. Please do not copy our trades. This is for entertainment purposes only. Basically, the overarching point is don't sue me, guys. Don't sue me. Okay. Let me catch back up in the comments.
I'm trying to decide how much I'm going to locate on Zella.
All right. Clove looking good. Okay. A lot of people saying Clove looks good. I see SEL, XELA. Clove is gapping up today, so Clove is definitely an interesting one to watch. It's just one of those ones where we'll see. The trend was really solid yesterday. The daily chart is interesting for Clove too, and we'll have to see what happens with it. Holistic says it's nice to see. QUEN. We got a few people talking about QUEN.
Jeez.
And I don't know.
I gotta be black.
Yeah. We got QUEN. It's at 430s here. 430s for QUEN. 440s. We're let's see if this one has a catalyst, guys. And so we'll do the breaking news thing with this one too. There we go. All right, so QUEN, rip it up here, guys. I'm trying to look up the catalyst now. For what I'm showing for QUEN, I am showing 4.8 million in the float. No short float percentage, so it's a very small float. It's less than 5 million here. We also have, let me see. I'm assuming this is catalyst driven.
Which one is this? Sorry.
CUEN. I said QUEN, but it's actually CUEN. Yeah, news play just on your voice alone.
Yeah, it's a Wi-Fi 6 network. WaveMax.
See someone if they say they are offering financial advice. Kind of. I mean, not really. Like, it depends, right? If I encourage you actively if I tell you guys, hey, and I'm going to preface this with this is just a hypothetical example. But if I say, hey, guys, buy this stock, do it now, and manipulate the stock, yes, I could theoretically get sued. They probably wouldn't win, but it would be a big headache, to be honest. I'd rather just avoid that, Be right back. It's coffee o'clock. I miss coffee. Yeah.
Way too many runners. Which is good because then it takes attention away from the other ones I want to trade.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll pull up CUEN.
Yeah, they sued McDonald's for not having for having hot coffee. Yeah, for sure. All right. Sorry, go ahead too.
No, I'm just pulling up the fundamentals on it right now.
Okay.
It's so great because I have a buddy of mine on my investing club.
Right.
He's really good at coding and spreadsheets. So now in my spreadsheet, all I got to do is click in the ticker and it brings all the data for me. It's beautiful. Sure. It takes down so much time.
Let me find it here. We're gonna add movers. Pre-market. There we go.
CUEN, tiny float,
Yeah.
under 5 mil.
5 million. Yeah, very small. I'm trying to click on where I can have the actual stock window for this guy. So bear with me. Maybe it'll let me click it here. Well, thank you, Benzinga. Benzinga is super dope, guys. Just to show you guys, I can click on that and then pull this up, and then look at this. This is really cool to where I can pull the actual stock window up here and see everything that's going on about it. We got key data. We can see we've got a 5.9 million float. We've got 13.8 million outstanding shares. So about 40%. Or about 60% of the shares are held by insiders in the company. We've got about 6 million float, and it also shows all the rest of the numbers here as well. But yeah, tiny float for CUEN here. I'm looking at $5. What do you think about this one too?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just doing some quick digging right now. It's another scammy company. They have about 4 months left of cash, and they have a shelf of 12 million left.
Right.
So I mean, it has. Let me see on a daily chart. The daily chart's okay. It's just that is an ugly looking daily chart.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's like who's bagged on this here? I don't know. Right. So I'm just gonna wait it out. There's definitely more opportunities. I think there's better opportunities somewhere else. So I'm gonna just let this set up, and if there is one, I'll strike.
Right.
And how much are the locates on actually? CUEN.
You haven't lived until you've been sued. I mean, I know I have. I've been sued. Here's a fun story just to delve away from the stock market real quick. Or if you wanted to finish too, I'll let you finish what you were.
No, that's fine. There's no shares to locate on CUEN. So there's nobody to squeeze.
Yeah, there's no squeezes there. And maybe we'll still get some upward momentum, but it's definitely something to consider and whether you're choosing it to be on your list or not, guys. But yeah, the story I was going to say, somebody said you haven't lived until you've been sued. One time I was driving. One time I was driving down the street and I was a teenager at the time and I had my favorite car ever. It was a Honda Prelude, right? And it was my favorite car ever. It was the H22 Honda Prelude. And I'm driving down the street. And this lady is going, I'm driving like an idiot, of course. And this lady is in front of me. And she acts like she's going to go. It's a yellow light. So, where I'm from, you go on a yellow light. You get past it before it turns red. And so I started to do that. And she started to do that as well. So she was in front of me. She started to pass the light. And then she just slams on her brakes almost in the middle of the light. And I just smash into her. No, I don't smash into her, but like I totaled my car, and she probably totals her car as well. And she gets out and she says, and she apologizes. She says, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? And I was like, yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay? And she was like, yeah, I'm fine. I feel fine. Nothing's wrong. We'll just file a report and we'll be good to go. And so we filed the report. We roll out. A month later, it turns out that lady sued me for $10,000. Thanks, lady. You lied to me. Lady. My insurance paid it, of course. So shout out to Geico. But yeah, never believe anybody, I guess is the point. And if you get in a car wreck, never believe anybody. Like they're going to sue you. And to be fair, I probably would too. I mean, listen, you're not suing the person. You're suing the insurance company. So it's like, do I have empathy for an insurance company? Not really. Anyways, we'll go back to stocks, but little side story there. That I've been sued. I have been sued before, I guess. I don't know if I've personally been sued, but I know my insurance company has. Anyways, BRQS trying to fight back up. I see a few other ones like POAI, but volume's a little bit lower. Yo, it was certainly my fault, Fresh Prince, 100%. I wasn't arguing that it was. It was definitely my fault. I was following too close. 100% my fault. Your fault, definitely my fault, Fresh Prince. No argument there. Certainly my fault. And she won, granted. I hope she ate lobster with that $10,000 because it didn't come out of my pocket. Yeah, 10K is go away money. Yeah, for sure. Jude says the financial info you just mentioned about CUN at two-way.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I just asked him which info. The financial info. It's FinViz. I mean, a lot of the stuff I look for is FinViz. As far as the shelf, I go to bamsec.com. Is where you're able to see that, and then
you're
look at
breaking
the
up.
Qs in case you could. Sorry,
There you go.
Can you hear me?
No, you're good. Yeah. Now I can.
Yeah. So in the months left of cash, I look at the 10 Qs and the 10K. I actually have a little formula that I just plug in the numbers and boom, it spits it out.
Nice. James, you'll be okay, bro. You seem a little bit too upset, over a common story, but it'll be okay. We got Verb here. We're watching Verb. Verb got rejected at these highs. We still see OCUP breaking under sevens. So OCUP breaking underneath sevens here. So it looks like we're going to be able to do our tech time today. How many likes we got? Yeah, we got 150 likes. That's the goal. So it is time, guys. It is time for tech time. Got to figure out. I got to get some type of intro for tech time, to be honest, but I don't have one yet. But like now that we got this platform, I got to do some type of cool intro. But we're gonna do tech time today. It should be a fun time. Again, we got PBTS, no known catalyst. Here's the top stock movers right now, guys. If you want a list of everything that's moving, but it is time for tech time, guys. So it's tech time. Ask your technical questions in chat now. I think this is a good time to ask the technical questions. What is it?
No, sorry. P Deltro.
Oh, I was thinking ICUP. Yeah. I was thinking the same thing earlier. I was like, I'm glad it's not an I. That was a joke we used to say.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to hold it in.
Spell I-cup.
Typed it.
Yeah, spell I-cup was the little kid joke back in the day. That was, if you were cool, if you knew the joke, it was you would tell your sister, spell I-cup, and then it would say ICUP. Ah! That was the joke. That was it. I remember that earlier. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah. So today it's tech time, guys. Ask your technical questions. If you guys have any, we're going to be going over milestone levels and sentiments in pre-market. So how you can judge sentiment in pre-market and how you can read different milestone levels. The first one is the previous closing price. Just to look at, let me look at a better example here. Maybe CUEN. CUEN is ripping up VTNR. Let's see if we got one a little bit closer, like Verb, maybe. CLOV. We could look at CLOV as an example here. So we have the pre-market high. And the pre-market high is relevant, guys, just because there's so many other traders watching it. The general mentality that you need to have if you're looking at a pre-market chart, and this is an important mentality that you need to kind of condition yourself to have. You got to condition yourself to spot and document these levels and pay attention to these milestone levels, because using all of them will help give you a better understanding of the current sentiment of a specific chart, if that makes sense. So there's about 4 levels that you really want to pay attention to when you're documenting and analyzing pre-market action. The first one, guys, is the pre-market high. This is the bell of the ball when it comes to levels and pre-market. It's the one that everybody's paying attention to. And the reason it works and the general mentality you need to have is, what does everybody else see? That's the logic you need to have in your head. You need to look at a chart and say, what does everyone else see? What has the most people playing off of it? What levels in this chart, in this pre-market action, has the most people watching them and in turn basing their trades around? The pre-market high is an obvious one. It's a self-evident one. It's one that a lot of people are paying attention to because it's so obvious. It's the high of pre-market. It's the high of the day. Everybody's watching for that pre-market high level. It's just got a lot of people interested in it. And so with that, we're interested in it. If it has a lot of people watching it, we're watching it as well. And that's the general mindset. If it breaks that level, you're going to have a lot of traders that are interested in that specific stock. It's going to bring new traders to the table. And a lot of the time what happens, guys, is that you see these pre-market high levels, and when they break, more traders start to watch it. And, like Two-Way likes to say, sometimes in trading and stocks, you're looking for the one everybody else is watching. You're looking for the hot chick, Two-Way calls it, which is absolutely true. And that's why a pre-market high break is so important, is because when you break that pre-market high level, then more people are interested in it. More people are watching it. More people are involved with it. More people are willing to trade it. It's just a really big sign of strength that you need to pay attention to in your trades. The next one, guys, is the previous closing price. So it's kind of the opposite of the pre-market high. It's the level at which if we break underneath this, then we're looking a little bit worse. Obviously, pre-market high break is a signifier of strength. Breaking under this previous closing price is a signifier of weakness. It means that it's weak. It means it's going from green to red on the day. It's going from being green and positive and up on the day to red to weak to down on the day. And so it's one of those things where, pay attention to these levels, guys. Paying attention to these levels is crucial because it'll help you understand the sentiment. And kind of the next one, which is kind of the middle one here, is the VWAP. The VWAP right down the middle is kind of a middle ground level that'll kind of identify the range. So if we're above the VWAP, we could say, okay, the bulls are in control. The buyers are in control. If we're below the VWAP, we could say, okay, the sellers are in control. Maybe we'll short it more. Maybe we'll look for rejections at the VWAP. And if we're just chopping over and under that, then we're mostly in a neutral trend. But that's going to help you judge the sentiment at the opening bell. So for instance, like with CLOV at the opening bell yesterday, we maintained below it. And then when we broke over it, the sentiment immediately changes and we have this big, nice upward trend for the rest of the day. We could also look at the pre-market high action from CLOV from yesterday and see that here's the pre-market high. That's another milestone in this stock's movement. So we break over that. Gives us a little bit more of a bullish sentiment. We can play off of that level a little bit more. And so kind of adding all of these things together to give you an understanding of the current sentiment is kind of a next level thing that traders do. And if you're documenting charts, that's really what you want to focus on, is spotting these milestone levels and using them to understand like where the sentiment is in a specific chart. And I've gone over this a few times because it's important. It's an important thing for traders to understand when you're documenting history of a chart. And then, of course, you just want to look for major confirmations is another one. So we can look at like this here. We can look at highs from the previous day. And these are all a little bit less significant as opposed to the two levels we talked about. But using all of these levels combined is going to help you in your trading, I think. And so let me know if you guys have questions. And yeah, we'll do our best to answer them. I'm sure we got a bunch. I've tried Benzinga. You don't like it for scans, but it's best, hands down, the best news service for any amount of money. Yeah, for sure. The news releases is really cool, and it lets you look into actual like financials as well. Pre-market high is usually high of the day. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it can be, but a lot of the time, stocks will move up to that level and reject. And so understand that it's not just because the stock breaks that doesn't mean it's strong. A lot of the time stocks will break that and then reject as well. Kind of looking at him like pivot points. AMC creep into the 57s. Is it really? It is. So again, with AMC, just as an example, we can look at pre-market high levels right here. We can look at that. We can look at the previous closing price, and you can see how we can identify a range that we can attack, like even with AMC. So here's the range between those two levels, and then we got the VWAP in the middle that we want to see us hold over. So, as we creep higher and higher, traders will be more confident in it. While we were talking and looking at everything else, turns out ASTS ran up some more. Yeah, I think that was the one that we talked about was like a real company, right? Yeah, ASTS, guys, big rip up to 1380s here. 1380s, guys, huge move. Hey, good morning, James. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing good, man. What trading platform and charting does Two-Way use and recommend?
Say that again. Sorry, I missed that.
Sorry. What trading platform and charting do you use and recommend?
Again, it depends on what kind of trader you have and what kind of capital you have. What I use, my broker is Cobra Trading, so that's a big boy account. You have to start with a $35,000 account. So the charting that I use is going to be for trading DOS Trader Pro, and for like fundamental analysis and just making my lines and doing research, it's going to be Thinkorswim.
Right. Yeah, it depends on if you need to go long or short is the real question, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, ASTC ripping up. What else do we have moving here, guys?
Well, yeah, ASTS is definitely one that's everybody's eyes, even though it's a real company. OCUP is back under VWAP. QN is under VWAP. VTNR is holding a nice trend. I mean, it's consolidating under 1350s and 1550. So it got a nice support and resistance area there. Blend is dead. BPTS, it's sideways action there. Zella is still offering. That's actually one of my top watches for too short on the bounces. And that's all I got right now.
Yeah, I'm still looking at like BRQS. It's kind of finding its way back. I think this was a larger float though, but kind of watching this one. I also see Dare ripping up, guys. So Dare is popping up. I saw this one a few days ago. I don't know what this one's doing now.
Had news 2 days ago.
Yeah, let's see. So Dare, I'm showing a 45 million float. Not a huge short float percentage here. It looks like they announced good phase 1 results. So positive trial results for Dare is what I'm showing here for it. So Dare, positive trial results. We'll see what happens. Larger float, not really, you know, a small float stock, and we'll see what happens. It's at 196 now, positive trial results. So it's a good catalyst. I do like the VTNR one you mentioned. I think the range is really nice here between 1350 and 1550. I think watching for these type of range breaks makes sense, and something I'll probably be doing for this. Hey, good morning, Terry. Hope you're doing good. Let's see, we got hourly chart break over the downtrend line on AMC. Low volume pullback so far. Yeah, AMC, I mean, it's edging up. For AMC, you just want to see volume. Like right now for AMC, you just want to see volume. You want to see sustaining volume. You want to see volume getting better and better, because that's when AMC is going to make its big moves. Like with low volume, it's not going to do much. And so you just want to see volume show up if you want it to really rip, because that's when the big moves happen for AMC. QUEN, yeah. So I still see CUEN. It just ripped back over the VWAP, guys. So check out CUEN here. Just ripped back over the VWAP. Looks interesting.
Yeah, it's Holistic asked, can you explain why we often see huge candles at 8 a.m.? And is this an opportunity to exploit the upper portion of the candle with the sell order? Well, so there's just different time frames where different brokers kind of open up to trade. I think what John's Thinkorswim is, or TD is 7 a.m. Right?
Yeah. You can't trade on TD on Thinkorswim until 7 a.m.
Okay, yeah. So
I think you can trade the web-based platform earlier, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right, got it. So so like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and I know like 9 a.m. is a lot for Robinhood. I think you had a Robinhood account.
Yeah.
So that's when usually two things happen. That's when a lot of brokers start opening up and allowing people to trade. And second, every hour and half hour marks is usually when we start seeing news. So 7, 7:30, 8, 8:30, 9. That's when you start seeing a lot of these news starts breaking. So that's when you see these big moves. You can definitely capitalize on some of these moves. I know some good traders who just trade the pre-market and just wait for these momentums here and just wait for the pullbacks and go long. Short biased, for me, being a short biased trader, I let the chart form tell me where my levels are. So I look for broken, beaten down charts. So there's definitely an edge. It's just not my edge.
Right.
No, I don't use the RSI either. I don't use RSI at all.
Yeah, RSI is mostly a swing trading tool. I mean, you can use it, guys, for like to show you the RSI. I went over the RSI a little bit earlier, but the RSI, you can use it for day trading, but understand it's mostly meant for swing trading and identifying like oversold in overbought moves. So if we look at the RSI, this is it right here. You know, you can use it for day trading. The basic logic of it here, just to zoom in really quick. The basic logic for the RSI, this is it right here, is that when it breaks over this top line, when we break over this top line right here, it's considered overbought. And when we break under this bottom line right here, it's considered oversold. So, you know, that's the basic logic of the RSI. But for day trading, it's going to be a little bit more random and spontaneous. The real way to use the RSI is using like a 4-hour chart and identifying, you know, mostly mid and high caps, because these penny stocks are rarely overbought or oversold. Like if you use the RSI on Tesla, you know, you could have seen it was overbought here and caught the bounce. You could have seen it's oversold here and gotten out. You know, your goal is to get in at the bottom when it's oversold and then cover at the top, which, you know, if you use a 4-hour chart, has been a very profitable thing historically. But for using an intraday chart, it's not. I've never used it and found good results. It sounds like Two-Way hasn't either using it. Yeah.
No, I mean, I know somebody mentioned that it's great for scalping. I don't know. I just use support and resistance. That's all I do.
I think you could. I think that you might be able to use it as kind of like a condition in your trades. So maybe I'm being a little bit close-minded with it, but I think that if you use it kind of like an added condition, like, okay, you need good volume, you need it to break the pre-market high, you need the setup to. You need the strategy to set up, and you need the RSI to say it's oversold. Then maybe, you know, that's when you could attack it. But I've never tried. Let us know what you guys think about the RSI in chat, I guess.
Right. I mean, if it helps you, by all means, use it. You know, the people I've been trained by, some really big traders, they've never mentioned it, they never used it, and they've been extremely successful. So there's no reason for me to reinvent the wheel, so to speak.
Right. So we got some people say they have excellent results using it. Everyone is different. RSI is great for scalping. I like the RSI and MACD. SB says, I like the new layout, like the breaking news and new ticker. Hey, thanks, brother. I think we got a lot of good comments, positive comments about the new layout. I think it really works well. It makes it more of a show, makes it less dull. You know, when stocks start to rip, we got breaking news, you know, we got all that good stuff showing up, breaking, CUIN or CUEN rip. And so I think it'll be a fun little show now that we can interact with the chat. You know, my favorite part about it is probably isolating comments like this. I'm scalping crypto with RSI, James SoFlo says. You know, I like it for sentiment, Healthy Yenzer says. So I think there's a lot of ways you can use the RSI, but it's all subjective, of course.
Did he go in public today? I don't play IPO, so I don't have an opinion on it.
Isn't it DI? What's the symbol for DI? DI? I heard that it was going public too.
What's DD?
Yeah. What is? I don't know anything about it though. Saw some other people talking about it. So DD. Let's see what DD is. So DD is somebody saying we're turning into CNBC. I mean, come on. If we're the same show, which is a different layout. Like, there's no difference. If, like I said, to be honest, if you're that upset over the layout change, you're not really a supportive member, to be completely honest. You know, it's one of those things that it obviously looks better and runs smoother. And so, you know, appreciate the love, guys. We got a large majority of people that support the channel, but you get a few just negative people. It's all good.
Just don't like, some people just don't like change.
Right. Hey, 100%, bro. 100%. Honestly, I don't know how you can't like the new layout, bro. I think it's really dope. I think it's cool. You know, you could zoom in. We could have Two-Way on as a guest and you could see him right below me. I mean, what's better? I mean, it's definitely more interactive and more fun, you know. It's cleaner. It's just cleaner, and it'll help the channel grow more. And if you're supportive, you should support that.
You'll see my puppies come up here soon. They usually come around this time.
Make their debut, huh? You know,
that's their beds right there.
All right. So DD is a Chinese company. I believe DD is like China's Uber. Is that right? Let's see.
Man.
Let me dig deeper into what DD is. Yeah, it's basically the Chinese Uber is what DD is. So they, just to give you some background, they did force Uber out of China. So Uber was in China. They forced it out of China, basically to make room for their own their own version of Uber. So that's kind of what's going on with that. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Didn't even notice till now. Hey, my man Matty J. Oh man, I gotta upgrade it. There's no 1080p. Oh, I gotta upgrade it, man.
No.
I can upgrade it to 1080p. I'll have to do that for tomorrow's show, though.
Somebody's dip buying. Sorry, I'm looking at the tape here, and somebody's dip buying OCUP quite a bit. They're buying some big blocks, and they're buying a whole bunch of mini blocks. So there's a lot of transaction taking place around 650s on OCUP.
Right. Let's see what else we have here.
Yeah, I feel like OCUP needs to squeeze before I get a trade off on it.
Yeah, OCUP is interesting. Yeah, XELA just dumping down here.
Yeah, this was another pop too. I need a pop towards 340, 350 would be ideal.
Yeah. Yeah, for XELA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just volatile. I see. I'm trying to find some other ones. DXYN. We got OCP. CUEN. CUEN looks okay. CUEN's probably my favorite one. Right now. We'll see what happens. But CUEN's not bad. VTNR, not too bad. It's at 1420s. BRQS and BQ. BRQS and BQRS or BQSR. Man, what is it? It's BRQS. There we go.
I do it all day, man.
Yeah. BRQS is interesting. It's at 130s right now, so we're paying attention to that. And we'll see what happens. AUUD, what do you think about? Yeah, we can check it out for A. I know AUUD ripped yesterday, and I think I made a little bit of money on it. But it's one of those ones where it just kind of quiet. It's basically faded back down all the way already. So it's like, yeah, it looks okay, but it's kind of down a lot. A lot of these just kind of quietly fade into oblivion at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens with AUUD, but it's looking weak. Not saying it's not going to continue up, but it looks weak. And then, of course, we got ASTS here. I've been scalping mid and high caps too, and I'm kind of gotten back to my form with scalping it. I made a ton of money on AMD yesterday. And again, the main goal, guys, for my scalping is just to identify stocks that are maintaining good trends. Like, I just want to see a stock maintaining a good trend. I used to joke around and say, if you remember this too, I used to joke around and say AMD was my girlfriend because I saw it every day. I traded it every day. It was always good to me, and the reason it was good to me, guys, if we look into this, and the reason I would scalp AMD is just because it maintains reliable trends. I mean, look at AMD yesterday, guys. Like, look at this. Every time, number one is we have the same U-shaped breakout pattern that we talk about pretty consistently on the show. We have the downward move at the opening bell. We get the break over the VWAP, and then we get the cup and handle pullback and then bounce. Very reliable setup, regardless of what sector niche you're in the market. But aside from that, look how well AMD maintains a specific trend. It's like heaven for scalping because it pulls back, it runs up. These are the type of stocks that I target with my mid and high cap scalping, as well as my day trading scalping. It's just stocks that are specifically maintaining obvious and self-evident trends. Like, you want to see volume. Volume is going to help a stock maintain that trend, but it's not just volume. You just want to see stocks that maintain healthy trends in an obvious way, and that is what you want to attack. That's what you want to attack in your trading. If you're attacking specific trends using the VWAP, you want to find stocks that are maintaining those trends, whether you're on the upside or downside, if that makes sense. And you can see AMD is a prime example of a stock that typically maintains a nice trend that you can attack. If that makes sense.
Sorry, I got to stand up. I went to the physical therapist yesterday, John.
Oh, no, you're good, bro.
My freaking shoulder is killing me. So,
in support for you, I'll stand up as well.
There you go.
Yeah, hey, honestly, I went to my gastro doctor and my chiropractor said I needed to stand up, and it makes sense. Like, I have stomach issues, and so my posture is all messed up. So I will stand up with you, sir. And now I don't have to worry about the green screen right now blocking it. Really.
Oh, did you get one of these, by the way? these balance boards? I think
No, I
I sent it
didn't.
to you. These are
Yeah.
awesome, bro. So when you're standing too long, you just want to put some, like, have some fun and get the blood circulating. Those are awesome.
Right. Yeah, I need to get one. Honestly, I need to get one. Somebody else showed me like a stool. I don't know if it was you or not. It might have been you.
Yeah.
But or somebody online. It was somebody in the chat sent me a stool.
Yeah.
It was like a stool that it wouldn't let you sit down fully. Like when you sat down, you had to maintain balance. So it kept the blood flow in your legs really well. Is what it was.
Yeah. It may have been the one I sent you. I don't know. You got quite a few, but it's expensive. I think it was like $500, $400 for that stupid stool.
Man, that's tough. I see a few people talking about RCON, but there's not nearly enough volume for this one for me, guys. So RCON's moving, not really as volatile as I want. Hey, my man POV says that was me. That was you. I'm pretty sure it was. Thank you, POV. Appreciate the donation, brother. Thank you, man. But yeah, it's the stool where it enables you to basically, like, you can sit down, but not fully, so that you're actually pumping blood through you, if that makes sense. Remember, guys, everybody smash that like button. Yeah, thank you, POV. I appreciate the support, brother. And also, remember, we are not investment professionals. We are not liable for losses. Please do not copy us. This is for entertainment only. Got to get the disclaimer out there. But yeah, anything else you guys see right now? I'm not seeing too much.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for stuff, but so far
it's 8:42. We should get the last round around 9 o'clock, and then possibly 9:15 market time.
BLIN as well. I don't know if we've talked about BLIN much, but what do you think about this one, bro?
It's in the lower part of its gap up range, so I'm not liking it. I need to get a squeeze at least to, I want to say 650 before I get interested on it.
Right. I'm all on John's fall on stream for entertainment. That honestly is likely. I'm known to be clumsy in certain ways, so Brada says I like the new setup. Too bad I keep losing. I had to quit day trading scalping. I mean, yeah. Here's the reality, though. This is actually a really good comment. Not a good comment per se, but like it's an interesting comment because here's the reality, right? It's a good lesson for traders. Okay, understand, guys, that you're going to lose in day trading and scalping for a long time. There's a lot of unrealistic expectations floating around out there about trading in general. Most people are going to lose for years, and you got to scale down your size so that you can handle that. It's one of the reasons we always suggest trade small, guys. Trade small in the beginning. You have to, because that's going to allow you to be able to adjust to those losses and handle those losses and data mine in a more effective and efficient way to where you're not emotional about it. But for some other people, and maybe that's the case with Brada, some people are just not meant to be day traders. Some people are meant to be swing traders or investors. And that's very true as well. Regardless, I appreciate the support, Brada. Thank you.
Well, speaking of losing for many years, did you get a chance to talk about the upcoming Trader Rehab episodes?
I did not. So we do have one for two-way coming out today. It's going to be dropping right after today's stream, and so we'll be sure to post that link when it does drop. But yeah, it's going to be dropping right after today's stream. It's really fun. We got a lot of great episodes coming up. We got like 2 or 3 episodes that are all going to be dropping in the next week. And, a lot of good, fun episodes to be had. A lot of knowledge to soak in from these episodes, guys. So be on the lookout for that. I'll post the link to Trader Rehab right now, guys, so you can, check it out and, watch the episodes. I think it's a great show. I'm really enjoying doing the show so far. And, we'll post that link right here. So y'all go subscribe to Trader Rehab.
Do you mind if I give a little teaser for a guest coming up on Friday?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay. So I know, most of the traders here on chat are long bias trader. Well, one of my good buddies from MIC, he's a phenomenal long bias trader, and he trades a lot of the small caps. And I think I sent you his chart, one of his charts yesterday at MRIN. He freaking killed it, John. He freaking killed it. So he's going to be jumping on our show on Friday, and then we'll post the recording later on. But that's a great show for you guys to watch because he's a fantastic trader.
Right. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm excited for that show as well. And again, for Trader Rehab, we're going to get a mix of like new traders that need help, as well as like expert traders that are like killing it in the market. So you can learn from both on the show. Breaking, guys, CUEN is ripping up over these highs. I did post the link for Trader Rehab in the description. Y'all go subscribe and be on the lookout. We got 2 ways episode this morning, right after the stream. We're gonna debut that, and so be on the lookout for that as well. We'll post the link for that coming up soon. Hit the subscribe button on Trader Rehab so you don't miss it. But yeah, CUEN, guys, ripping up big. It's up to 570s right now. So I'm reusing this banner for CUEN rip because it keeps ripping, guys. It keeps ripping. Again, this CUEN stock has a float of 4.5 million, less than 5 million in the float. Very small float. There's some volatility to be had here. Again, we also have the pre-market high break that just happened. And so I think a logical thing a lot of traders do is wait for a pullback to it. So now that we've broken over the previous closing price, or the pre-market high, I'm sorry, let's see if we hold it. That's the progression. Stocks kind of have a flow state, right? So now that we break it over the previous closing price, the next kind of flow state here is to see, okay, do we hold this now? We've broken over the pre-market high. It's one of those milestone levels we mentioned earlier in a stock's chart. Now that we've broken over it, are we actually going to hold over the pre-market high? We broke over it. That's right at 550. It's also at a $0.50 as well, which makes me like it even more. So yeah, we're looking at CUEN just ripped up. Small float stock, less than 5 million shares in the float. And yeah, I'm curious to see what this one does today. This is probably the most volatile one in pre-market, I'm guessing here.
And the volume already rotated. I mean, not rotated, but just traded its float on CUEN
right.
over 5 million.
Right. I'm seeing 5.5 million volume. So yeah, rotated its float already, which is crazy. We're gonna go ahead and build our watch list real quick as well. Here we got CUEN definitely on this list. We've got OCUP, which I don't know that one. We'll see if it holds. BTNR looks good. We got ASTS because even though that's a little bit more real company, I might still scalp it. We got Verb. Dare can be on the list, and then we've got BRQS. That'll be good. We'll run those. Yeah, there we go. All right, guys. We're up to 580s here. 580s for CUEN.
And just a little tip that I got from my mentor, Alex Temez, from my investing club. Because there's so many tickers that kind of run, and if I don't write down my plan, it makes it difficult. So what I've been doing, and I stole this from him, I've been putting my plans at the levels that I want to trade off of on the little sticky note, and I place it right on my chart for the screen. So now I just leave it here right on my screen. So as the market opens and I'm looking at different things, I already have my plan written out. And I don't have to like, oh, what was it? I can't remember what it was, blah, blah, blah. So it's just one way to keep everything top of mind.
Right, for sure. I used to have a sticky note on my screen that said, you don't have to trade. You do not have to take a trade today. It says, wait for the trades. You do not. It literally said in bold caps, you do not have to trade today. Just so it would remind me, don't force a freaking trade, bro. Stop forcing trades. You're like, you don't need to trade. It's not something that's necessary. So I did see Eve ask about, I believe it was Wish. So we do have CUEN popping up. Here's Wish. Wish is the I don't even know what to call Wish. Everybody knows Wish. They see the ads. The bootleg ads here. But we're looking at Wish. It's one of those ones where, like, looking at a 4-hour chart. Okay, so the last 3 weeks looks good. Aside from that, the rest of the daily chart looks pretty rough. But we do have a little bit of a trend that I see here. So, like, here's a little bit of a trend that we kind of can watch right around this. Maybe it's a little bit off. But we do have a trend that we can see here. And we're pulling back to $13. And I think so we're pulling back to that trend right around 13. So for me, for Wish, I want to see us hold at 13. I want to see if we hold at 13 and bounce off of that, and we'll see what happens. Wish was very hyped up. I think it's just losing steam. It's losing momentum. we do have the low of the last week at 1260, which is interesting as well. And so we'll see what happens with it. But, we could watch it. It's not really something that I'm going to be investing in or long-term trading in. And we'll see what happens, What do you think of Wish, too?
I don't have any thoughts on it.
Yeah.
I traded it. I think it was last week when it was really breaking down because I think Wish was part of the meme stocks there for a little bit, and so I traded for a couple of days, and then that's it. So once it gets attention, I just won't trade it at all until then.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's one of those things that you got to sometimes you got to set restrictions. Sometimes stocks just have your number. And I'm not saying that's the case with you. I know for me, historically, certain stocks just had my number. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think one of the ones that had my number was Snapchat. Every time I tried to trade Snapchat, I just got my butt kicked in the past. So I got to a point where I was like, I'm not trading this thing anymore. AMRN was another one. Amarin, back when it was more volatile. So AMRN too. AMRN used to be way more volatile before they diluted it.
Right.
And so,
Yeah, I think for me right now, it's BNGO. That's a tough one to trade because it traps both long and shorts. That thing is greedy. That thing is greedy.
It really is. And BNGO, I don't have good results with this one either. I've tried trading it, never really done super well trading it.
Let's see. I'm actually looking at VTNR now. It has a nice range to play off of. Look at the locates. Oh, the locates are cheap.
Shortable. So yeah, I like that 1350 low right here. See if it breaks underneath that. If you're looking at it on the short side, maybe if it breaks under that, it might get weak. This is the one that had the good looking daily chart for me. I don't mind the daily chart here.
Which one?
On VTNR.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know. That's the only thing I don't like about it, but it just looking intraday, I might have a quick scalp on it.
Right. Hey, do your thing, man. If you could do it, do it, if you could profit from it, that's all that matters. Let me go ahead and post this. See what Twitter's doing. There we go.
No, I'm staying away from queuing right now.
Yeah. CUEN. Yeah, CUEN's interesting for me, but two ways are shorter. So maybe that's good things for me.
And that's the thing. I want the attention to stay there because then the other ones that I'm playing with, everybody forgets because everybody's in queuing. So I love it. Keep ripping.
Right.
No interest.
Sure. There we go.
You got a question there,
Okay,
John.
hold on 1 second. Let me post this on Discord real quick. Okay. John Two-Way, can you please go over the parameters set on your scanners? I tweak them back and forth. For example, CUEN, ASTC, not on the scanners. Yeah, I got you, bro. 1 second. Let me I got you, man. We'll take a look at that. It's pretty simple. The Benzinga scanners make it really easy, to be honest. So we'll show you that in just a second here. All right, so the scanners are pretty simple. It really just depends on what you want to look for here with these scans, right? So to zoom in here, this is the mover section on Benzinga, right? So this is the mover section. Benzinga has great news releases here. So here's the mover section. If you want to edit this, for instance, you could take this and you can click this here and you can change everything you need. Like for me, I'm looking at pre-market session over all the gainers and losses over the entire session. And I'm leaving everything else maxed out. That way you see CUEN, VTNR, you see the biggest movers. You got to make sure you select the session of pre-market because we're in pre-market right now. If I select regular, it's not going to show me any of these. It's just going to show me the biggest movers from yesterday's regular session. And so what I want to do is select pre-market, and I want to be sure to select that pre-market data. This bottom one right here is a real-time scanner. And so CUEN here is not really doing much to talk about for this one. I retract my previous statement. I'm just absolutely wrong. CUEN is ripping up here. CUEN just ripped up to 613s. And a lot of the time, this is a real-time scanner. So if we scroll down, you see CUEN. It showed the rip up to 615s here. You just got to make it a little bit bigger. So we scroll down. That's mostly what we're looking at. CUEN, SLS showed up on the scans. But this is just a real-time scanner. Yeah, SLS just ripped. I don't know why that pushed up. But this is just a real-time scanner. And so I have it refreshing every 10 seconds, sorting by the biggest percentage changes over 5 minutes and gainers. Right, the filters I have here are everything. I have all types of stocks and securities. So this is this scanner here, and then this is just a watch list on the bottom. So it's just all the stocks that I'm watching. I just add stocks to that manually to see what I like and what I dislike. But yeah, I hope that helps, and I appreciate the donation. Eve, thank you very much. Eve says, just to say thank you. So many resources and good work. Learned so much with you. Thank you, Eve. I appreciate the support very much. Thank you very much. That's awesome.
Hey,
glad
John,
you find value in the channel.
Can you read SLS? That's right up your alley. The news for it.
Let me see. Sure. Yeah, there's a big rip, big volume coming in here, guys. So let's see why. I'm curious to see what this is now. Oh, man, bro. Yeah, all right. Well, we'll try to read this. Cellus reported updated clinical data from the phase 1 and 2 study of galinpepimut S combined with Keytruda, showing 100% of patients alive and 45.5% continuing investigational therapy as of latest follow-up. Nailed it.
Good job. I get a gold star.
Hey, yeah, for sure. I've gotten better at reading these biotech stocks, but positive trial results here for SLS, and this is Cellus. This is a real company. I've seen this one move a lot before. Daily chart actually looks pretty solid for this one. I don't know what the float is here, but look at the daily chart, guys. That's a strong looking daily chart. Let's see if we can figure out, what's going on with SLS here.
Well, just to let you know, just bringing up another screen. SLS right now is being pumped.
Okay.
By chat room.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm showing 15 million float, so it's definitely pumpable. 5 to 6% short float is what
QN and SLS are being pumped.
Okay, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, SLS is very volatile, huge range. So if you do trade some of these guys, just be careful because the range is huge for SLS. So you might be able to buy 100 shares and say, oh, well, that's small or safe. You might not be. That's a big drop. That's a big. That's a big range. You buy 100 shares, you'll be down hundreds of dollars very, very quickly if you hold SLS for any significant amount of time. So y'all just be careful, guys. Y'all just be careful. We're gonna add to the push-up count here. We've got now 60 push-ups just today. I think we have some we got to do from yesterday as well here, but you can see the push-up count, guys. $1 donation equals 2 push-ups. We got 60 already today. That's $30 in donation. So for that, we certainly appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much for that. Eve, thank you. We also had who else donated? Eve, Peter, thank you, brother. Appreciate that. I hope that helped. If you have any more questions, just let me know, Peter. I hope the scan tutorial helped. What Benzinga does really well, guys. Some people like the scanners, obviously. Some don't. But if we look at it, Benzinga has one of the best news scanners out there. So if we look at the news scanners, Benzinga's on point. Like Benzinga scans are great. Here's the news section just to show you an example. It literally updates me in real time as soon as something drops, as soon as news drops. Like you can see DKS was maintained at an outperform rating. HIMS is going to partner with Urban Outfitters. And you can see the news as they drop. These are all over the last 2 minutes. We got SLS updating with clinical data that dropped a minute ago. And so very real-time news alerts for Benzinga. And it's one of the more useful things about Benzinga is because it'll tell you like legit exactly when it happens, exactly when it happens. So for that, I appreciate it. I appreciate the support, guys. Talking about the push-ups here. AMC 9 a.m. beatdown. Is it dropping? It was creeping up. Ooh, got hammered a little bit for AMC. So yeah, AMC just took a dive. I am sorry to hear that, Martin. He said his dog is sick today, not going to trade much. Yeah, it's best if you don't have your mind into the market, it's best to just avoid trading. I wish your dog the best, bro. I love animals. Wish him the best. Hope he feels better, brother.
All right, so about 9:10 market time, I'll kind of go over my watch list. in my lines that I'm looking at.
Sure. I do want to, bring a little bit more of attention. Thank you, Eve. Eve says, my pleasure. You never ask us for anything, and I'm grateful for this channel. That's why we got a few people complaining, saying we look corporate today just because we got updated layouts.
I like
Be supportive, guys.
Yeah.
Everything we do here is free. If you're just looking for reasons to complain, like I said, it probably reflects more on your own life than it does for this channel, guys. So just a little tip. Anyways, we'll let Two-Way go over what he was about to do.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can go over my watch list if you want.
Sure.
So I only got a few. So the first one I got Xela, XELA. I'm looking at 340, 350 are the primary lines that I'm looking at right now. This one had an offering. This is the one we've been talking about that actually had an agenda in place. They really created a liquidity move to dump that offering of 150 million, which actually is bigger than the market cap that it's currently at. So, so I'm looking at those levels. So I'm looking for a bounce back to those levels. There was a lot of trading that happened above 340. Let me double check here. There's a little tip a little tip for you guys. I use a volume by price sometimes in my charts, and I can really see where a lot of the level of the action took place. So if I include yesterday, there's a huge support level around $2. So $2 is going to be a major support level. But recently, just pre-market, there was quite a bit that traded over 340. So I'm going to see any bounce back to that level there. Next one I have OCUP. OCUP, I know we had some warrants out there at, I think it was priced at 609 if I recall. So I'm looking for a bounce back towards VWAP 750 are my lines on that one there. So again, these are just opening moves. I'm not saying that this is going to bounce here and then fade off the rest of the day. This is the plan that I have, and if it works, great. If it doesn't, then I have no trade. And then the last one I have is VTNR. Only reason I'm looking at this one here because daily it's not my bag, but I see it's really respecting lines, meaning the support and resistance lines. So I see a clear support at 1350s up to 1550. So I'm looking at shorting into the $1550 marks. If it was to tank on the 350s, then I'm looking at VWAP, which coincides with the $half mark of 1450. So those are the ones I'm looking at right now. I'm gonna stay away from QN right now. All the attention's there. Unless I want to blow up my account, I'll start trading that on the short side. And then SLS, I know it's kind of breaking down, but golly, look at that range. It went from 13 bucks down up to 19. I mean, I have to trade extremely small. And for me, there's easier trades out there to focus on versus SLS.
Right, yeah. SLS, CUEN is still ripping up, breaking highs, guys. It's at 646, just to give you guys an update on that. Yeah, SLS, huge range. It did dip a pretty significant amount here. So look at SLS drop here some. So curious to see where this one goes to. But is that all your watch list?
That's on my watch list right now for the open.
I see recently, guys, we do have SINT pop up, guys. SINT. Making a move up. I don't see a lot of follow-through volume, to be honest here. It's still not bad relative to what we see some of the lower, volume moves going. So it's got 50 to 100,000 plus shares traded per minute, which isn't that bad for pre-market. This is Syntex Technologies. They announced the sale of their first silicone nitride anti-pathogenic powder to O2 Today. Is the name of the company. O2 Today is the person that bought it. They announced the sale of their first silicone nitride anti-pathogenic, nailed it, to powder. So apparently they hit their first product sale for that powder for SINT. So we'll see what happens with it. Watching it, not a ton of volume, but we'll keep an eye on it. We also got like GLG that's gapping up a little bit. Like GLG looks okay, not my favorite, but not terrible either. Dare is back up to 209s, and these are all about volume. Like when I'm looking at these stocks, guys, like if they have good enough volume, then I'm more willing to trade them. If the volume is low, I'm not really super interested in getting involved with them if the volume is low. And so like I'm looking at some of these stocks but like it's more so about volume. Like if volume is there, then we're talking. If there's no volume there, then I just ignore it. So we're watching Dare. We're gonna watch like BRQS. We're gonna watch a lot of these. But one of the big things that we're really watching for is volume. Like, is it going to sustain good volume? And when I say good volume, I mean like over 300,000 shares traded per minute, into the millions preferably. So if any of these can do that, great. But that's going to be one of the conditions that I have to set for these moves, and we'll see what happens. We do have CUEN still popping up, breaking highs. Man, this thing has just not even looked back. Right. I do want to show you guys something here. So. All right, guys. So if we look at CUEN, and this is one we've been talking about all morning for CUEN. Okay. You can see I drew this range before this rip happened. I'm pretty sure, right? So we could see the top of the range at 550. We could see the bottom of the range at 5. Look what happens when we break this range. Like we break this range, huge move up. Look at just the volume increase here right after that range break. This range literally broke right here. Look at that volume increase on the range break. That is how you target these ranges in pre-market. And going back to what I said, you look at these milestone levels, and when these milestone levels break, you get some opportunity. There's some big rips up, and you can see the volume confirm that here. It works really, really well. You just got to wait for good volume. It's one of the reasons volume is king in trading, and you have to have good volume if you want your patterns to follow through, really, if that makes sense. But yeah, CUEN ripping up there. This is the one that has like the 5 million float, right, Sue?
Right.
Okay.
Yep, and it's already rotated its float twice.
Okay,
and the market hasn't even opened yet.
Yeah, for sure. This one, a lot of volume. Definitely has that going for it, and it's been respecting the VWAP some, and so those are all good signs leading into the opening bell, and we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. BLIN is also a little bit low. We're gonna see if that thing can creep back up and break highs, and I also see WEI. This is one that I mentioned in my after hours show yesterday for WEI. 24 million in the float. It doesn't have a catalyst, if I remember correctly. I don't think it does for WEI. We'll see what happens with it. I don't think it has a catalyst though. No company specific reason this one is popping up, but it's over the VWAP now. It's at 170s. Exactly like I said before, it's all going to be dependent on the volume after the opening bell. Like if it can maintain good volume after the open, great. If it can't, we're not going to trade it. That's basically the logic for that one. And we'll see what happens,
Mm-hmm. All right, John, I got to bounce here. Thanks for keep bringing me onto the show, I should say.
Of course.
And I do like the new format. I've always liked it because we use it for our trader rehab. I just like how it interacts well with everybody. So, but yeah, you can always follow me on Twitter at Two-Way Trader. Again, I don't post too much because I use it as a tool. It's actually one of my scanners that I use. And then two, if you really want to see a lot of the content and the strategies that I use to trade, follow my investing club. We're actually going to have a webinar later on today at 2 p.m. market time with Tosh, which is one of our mentors, and possibly Modern Rock will jump on. He's been jumping on it quite a bit, and he's a multi-million-dollar trader. He's been trading for over 20 plus years. He actually made his money back in the Pink Sheet days. So great group of guys to trade. So it's a free webinar. Jump on, and sometimes they give out like free subscriptions. They give out too much information, I think, sometimes. But jump on board and join us there.
Yeah, I posted the link there, guys, if you want to check it out. There's the MIC YouTube. So, yeah, go hit that subscribe button over there, guys, and check them out. And, yeah, everybody give Two-Way a big thanks for joining us here today. Always a good stream when you're on the show, brother. And, y'all be on the lookout. We got Two-Way's episode coming after the stream today of Trader Rehab. So, be on the lookout for that. And, yeah, good luck today, brother.
Cool. You too. See you guys.
Hey, later, man. All right, guys. So we're watching CUEN here. We're paying attention to this. We got Holistic says CLOV is pushing. Let's check out CLOV here. This is Clover. It's pushing up some. I want to see more volume. The volume is not my favorite. CUEN is probably my favorite one right now. Huge pushes, huge rip for CUEN. And we're going to see what happens. It's about to break highs again. We got that 692 level. I think it's just really telling, guys, how you can identify specific ranges. And these are why range, understanding ranges in trading is absolutely key, is because you can identify these ranges here and then just attack the range when it breaks, right? And regardless of how you want to do it, I don't like buying it right when the range breaks. I'll more so wait for like a pullback. So I'll wait for this big strength, and then I wait for a pullback here to load up into shares. And it works really well doing so. You just got to kind of ride the bounce up. And it's a really favorable way to trade. It works really well if you can kind of wait for a big change here in trend. You wait for a big range break like this where it breaks over these highs, and then just look to get in on the pullback after we get confirmed volume show up. We get the range break showing up, and then we get the nice bounce. It happens a lot, guys. It happens. It's one of my favorite pullback strategies to get involved with because, when we break this range here for CUEN, a lot of traders are now getting involved. A lot of traders are getting involved and are interested in it. And so with that, we're gonna look for pullback levels to enter and scale out of, if that makes sense. You look for big momentum moves where buyers are gonna get excited, and then you buy the pullback and scalp out. And it works. It works really, really well. And so that's what we're gonna look at for a lot of these stocks like CUEN. We got BLIN creeping up there to the VWAP. BLIN is up to 506 here, guys. Up to 506. So we're watching BLIN. And we're going to be adding some of these banners here, guys. Like, I know somebody said we're going corporate, but I think it's just good identifiers. You guys can see what we're talking about. BLIN is starting to crack the VWAP here. It's moving up. It's testing the VWAP level, and we'll see if it can ultimately break. Again, if you heard me earlier, one of the milestone type of things I look for is a stock to break over the VWAP. And so when we've been trending below the VWAP for most of pre-market, when we finally start to break over VWAP, other traders are going to get excited. Other traders are going to be more willing to buy the pullbacks, to buy the bounces, and attack that stock if it can hold the VWAP and maintain over the VWAP level specifically, if that makes sense. What's that stock? NUGT? Is that it? What's the symbol for the Golden Nugget Casino, Romeo? I know it has one. Like the setup of the banner is a bit big. Shrink it a tiny bit, please. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to shrink it. There's got to be a way to somehow. We can get it to scroll across the screen. So, like, for instance, if we want the BLLN one, we can make it go like this. Instead, to where it's small, it just kind of scrolls across the screen, and you can see we're testing the VWAP. We're at 510s. We'll see if we actually break and hold, but that's probably a way we'll do it to keep it small. This doesn't look corporate. Yeah, thank you, man. Yeah, like I said, you got some people that, like, to be honest, we got a few people here that act supportive, right? They act supportive, but like they're really just kind of sitting there nitpicking, looking for reasons to criticize. Like, I've seen the same two people do it over and over and over again. And like, sure, some days they're fine, but it's like, guys, like, don't be so negative and pessimistic about everything. Like, of course we want to grow. Of course we want to get bigger at this channel. Like, that's the goal here. Like, that's the goal for any YouTuber. And you might like it when it's smaller, but that's not a reasonable thing to say, hey, John, keep your stream small, keep your channel small so we'll enjoy it more. Not a reasonable thing, guys. BLIN broke over the VWAP here. It broke over the VWAP. We'll see what's going to happen with this. It's up to 525 now. If volume can sustain here for this, we'll keep trading. We'll get interested in this one for the opening bell. Jay Chan says, I like the changes, John. Thanks for always trying to improve our experience. Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah, and I think it'll be helpful for you guys because you can still see the scanner. But like, we could put the watch list up like this to where if you want to see the top stock movers, they're all on the bottom. So they're easy to see. You can see what we mean, and you can see what we're watching, guys. It's an easy way to kind of identify what we're looking at. You get the entire watch list just scrolling down the bottom in a really easy to see way. So I think it works, guys. I really do. I think it works for the stream. BLIN, guys, we've been talking about this since 510. It's now at 540s here, and it's ripping up over the VWAP. It's at 545s. Huge push over the VWAP here. Huge move. And we'll see what happens. We're at 540s, 545s. And yeah, there's 540s. Yeah, when we trade, we'll probably do it like this. And we'll do a little bit of back and forth. It just depends. We got BRQS. BRQS is up to 147. Making moves up to maybe 150 here. And yeah, we'll see what happens. There's 150s, there's 125s. We're watching this range, this 25-cent range for BRQS. It looks good. It looks good. This range looks interesting enough for us to attack if we can get a break of it and volume can sustain. And so we'll wait for that. We'll wait for that. Trader John to the moon. Hey, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love the new look. Hey, thank you, Najib. Thank you, brother. Good or bad when a stock is overbought and rises significantly above the VWAP? It depends on what you define as overbought. The RSI on an intraday chart is incredibly unreliable, especially with penny stocks. So like if you're using the RSI to determine whether something is oversold or overbought on a 1-minute chart, it's not going to be the most accurate. A lot of these penny stocks are not going to follow like overbought and oversold. Like a lot of these penny stocks are not going to be overbought or oversold because they're just getting pumped up. And so there's no such thing as being oversold or overbought. Like a lot of the time they're just going to run up big and then they're just going to crash big. And so if you try to play like an oversold bounce, some of these penny stocks are just never going to bounce. They're not oversold because they're just going back to where they should be. So I wouldn't put too much weight in penny stocks being overbought or oversold. It's more so about momentum and trends, if that makes sense. Don't sweat it, bruh. Or no, I lost it. I love the changes, and yes, growth is key. Thank you, Terry. Yeah, for sure. Anytime you're running something like this, we have to grow. We have to get bigger. Like, to be honest, a year ago, we were getting 200 people in the stream. We were getting 200 people here live. Which I was happy about. But it's like now we get, anywhere between 500 and 1,000, depending on what's going on in the market and all that good stuff. So yeah. Hey, thank you, Jeff, my man. Appreciate the support, brother. Thank you, dude. Look slick. Thank you, John Boy. Love the changes. Thank you, NC, my man. John, you got to go and love the new setup. Hey, thank you, Papa, my man. Appreciate the support, brother. Okay, so Olivia says, John, like the new format. Which one is your watch list? This bottom left one is my new watch list here. So, this bottom left one right here. This is my watch list right here. But you can see my watch list on the bottom. So, like, if you look on the bottom, guys, if you look on the bottom, this down here is my watch list. You can see the list right here. Like, that's my watch list, guys. So, like, that's all the stocks I'm mostly watching. Hey, Trish, thank you for always being so patient with beginners' questions that I'm sure you have to keep repeating. Yeah, and it's good. Honestly, repetition is important. It really is. Like, repeating something over and over again is going to reinforce that in people's minds. And so I really don't mind repeating things because it's going to help reinforce what traders want to see and, like, what traders need to learn. You get a lot of people streaming that are just trying to sell you a course, right? They're just streaming, they're using their following to pump up stocks, and then they're just trying to sell you a course, right? Like, we just try to be honest with people, and we're going to have to repeat things because that's what's necessary for new traders to really soak it in. And so I appreciate that you can understand that, Trish, and thank you for the support, of course. I genuinely appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. Also, I see another donation with Sap that just donated $5 to me. So thank you, Sap, my man. Hey, I appreciate the support, bro. Let's keep growing, guys. Let's keep growing. We got the push-up count that is running up today. We got 80 push-ups to do today. So, remember, $1 donation equals 2 push-ups. The total count for today is 80 push-ups, guys. 80. So, hey, we're going to be getting our exercise done today as well. And, of course, we don't sell anything except for push-ups. We don't sell a course. We don't charge for any of our content. It's all free. You're not going to have to pay to see any of our content. We're just going to put it out there in the world. And so if you appreciate that, hit the subscribe button, guys. Certainly appreciate you all. And, yeah, we're going to keep growing for sure. Does this new look mean we don't get rocket ship, John? He might make his debut again. Don't worry. Good content, Enrique. Hey, thank you, brother, my man. I agree. Great changes, and he spruced it up for us. Hey, thank you, Eve. Definitely appreciate the support for sure. Love your lives. Please never stop doing this. Learn so much. Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah, it's one of those things where, we're just trying to find the best way for you guys to learn. That's all we're really doing here. We're just looking for the best way for you guys to learn. And one of the ways you can do it is just by looking at, you can see my watch list down here. So you can see my full watch list. BRQS now broke above the VWAP. Let's see if it actually holds here. But if I'm looking at top watches, like my main watches here, CUEN has consistently broke highs. So CUEN has consistently ripped up and broke highs. It's over $7 now. really big move here. Huge move. Over 7. Looks strong. We're going to watch this, of course. We got BLIN up to 550s that we're paying attention to. BLIN is starting to get another move here and starting to rip up. It's at 550s now. We're going to see what happens with BLIN as well. We got BRQS here sitting at 140s that we're paying attention to. If we can hold the VWAP at 140, of course, we might take some trades. We're just going to get ready. We've got Verb sitting at 2. We've got ASTS here showing up on the scans. You can see ASTS here. Huge rip, more so like a real company, to be honest, for ASTS. Huge squeeze, huge push here for it. And, of course, we're watching that. We also have SLS here. That had a big move up to 19 and now is dipping back down. AMC is kind of consolidating. AMC is actually still green on the day, guys. So AMC is actually still green on the day. We're going to see what happens with it. We're going to see what happens with it. We asked the question earlier, when do you think AMC is going to break out of this range? And nobody really knows. We're waiting to see what happens. I think if we look at the 4-hour chart, we have this range between 50 and 65, and we'll see what happens. We got this range right here. We're going to see when this range can ultimately break, and I think a lot of traders are watching for that as well. We got a lot of good questions. BLIN testing the VWAP, still heading up here for BLIN, and you can see the intraday chart here. We're pulling back down, testing the VWAP now. We're going to see if BLIN can ultimately hold this VWAP level. That's what we're waiting for. Yeah, hey, y'all hit that like button, guys. The cool thing is we can do stuff like this. Smash that like button if you haven't already. Smash that like button. Help support your boy here. And, everybody click the like button right now. We got the penny stock movers at the bottom. Market opens up in 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. And so let's do this, guys. Good luck. We're going to be trading the opening bell completely live, as always, guys. So we're going to be trading the opening bell live. Yesterday, we had our best day in the market in a long time. We made over $200 yesterday. Had crazy good accuracy, to be honest, and was just really proud of my trading overall yesterday. Had, incredibly good accuracy. Got into a rhythm and stayed in that rhythm all day to where I was just scalping, building up profits, and it was a really fun day in the market. Hey, thank you, Tony. Appreciate the support, brother. Thank you, man. I see Donnell says AITX AAB. Yeah, we're looking at that as well. We'll see what happens for those as well. Man, I wish I would have kept holding CUEN for longer. Hey, brother, don't we all, man? CUEN, this one has not even looked back, bro. CUEN has ripped up so much over the last few minutes. Just not even turning away, guys. This monstrous rips, just huge squeezes up over $8 for a second, up to 760s now. Hey, what's up, Try? How you doing, brother? That looks rad. Hey, thank you, Kelly. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, we got the new format, and I think the new format works. It just works. We're not selling out. The stream is still exactly the same. We're just a little bit more clean in the layout. The only thing changed is the layout, guys. You know what I mean? Like everything else is still the same. We still do tech time. Everything's still free. We don't charge anything. We don't charge for anything, and it just helps us. It helps us grow. It helps us look better. We're in a more clean looking layout here where we can change this. If you guys want to see my beautiful face, you can. I'm sitting right here, and yeah, we're watching CULN. We're watching a lot of these different stocks. We watch CUEN. We got BLIN that is testing VWAP, broken underneath it for a split second. We've got ASTS that ripped up and that's maintaining over the VWAP. We got BRQS that is kind of battling the VWAP here. Check out BRQS battling the VWAP over 140s right now for BRQS. And hey, we'll see what happens. Yeah, Infinity. Layout is amazing. Why complain? So weird. Yeah, like I said, you get a certain amount of people that sometimes they're supportive, but a lot of times they're just sitting back waiting to criticize. It's strange. It's honestly a really strange thing. But again, most of the time that is more a reflection on their life as opposed to the stream. They're just unhappy with whatever. And sometimes that presents itself with just criticisms. But yeah, BLIN did not hold the VWAP. It's down to 490s here. We're going to see if we bounce at 5 maybe, but we broke underneath the VWAP here. We're going to see what happens. The channel looks amazing. Have you checked out LVS? So CUEN is still ripping up. It's at 770s. We can glance at LVS real quick here. LVS, I think this one's interesting. I think the daily chart's interesting as well. I think that this one still has some upside room. But again, maybe I'm wrong. And as you guys always know, we are not investment professionals. We're not liable if you lose. You always got to make your own assessment, trade responsibly. I don't know what any of these stocks are going to do. But I don't hate Las Vegas Sands long term. I think that we're probably going to rebound from some of these levels long term. I think we're still in a slump from COVID and people traveling to casinos less, but I think that we're going to rebound, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't hate that one long term. I'm still holding Discovery here, down $50 in it, but I don't hate the trend, and we're just going to let it roll. I think we're going to use a stop of about $28 in this one. CUEN, guys, still rip it up big here. It's at 780s, guys. The bell is in 4 minutes. We got CUEN rip it up big. It's almost at $8 here. Huge moves up. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I know the DD IPO was supposed to be today as well. Hey, happy birthday, Try. It's your birthday today, brother, my man. Happy birthday, bro. Everybody wish Try happy birthday. Congrats, brother. Congrats, man. Hey, what's up, Austin? How you doing, bro? Constantly critical people are not opening up their minds to learning and improving. Yeah, 100%. Some people are just unhappy, is the reality is. We're going to do psychology with John today. Some people are just unhappy, is all it really is. They're just unhappy. You got a certain amount of people that are a lot of what it is, to be honest. And because I've run into people that are like this. A lot of people are unhappy with their achievements in life, is what it is. They're unhappy with what they've done in life. And so if they see somebody doing well, my guess is that they like the format and they think the format looks professional, and that makes them feel some type of way about it because they're insecure about their own accomplishments in their own life. And I think that's where a lot of it comes from, to be honest. Maybe I'm just overanalyzing it. I guess that's possible too. But, in the end, it's all love here. We wish you guys the best. And BLIN did not hold the VWAP. We'll see what happens. Rejecting at the VWAP, back down under 5. I don't know if I like it if it can't hold the VWAP. Maybe it rebounds at the opening bell, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this one. We also have Verb here, and Verb is interesting. Verb is not really my favorite looking one. Yeah, happy birthday to Try. Congrats, my man. Congrats, brother. Happy birthday, bro. I think we got an unhappy person here. Good day, sir. Or ma'am, I guess I should say. Anyways, Verb at $2. We're going to see what happens with that. We got CUEN. We got 814s for CUEN. This is the bell of the ball. This is what everybody's watching. CUEN is absolutely ripping up. Hey, that's right. We're on 2-minute warning, guys. Let's get ready. Let's get ready to trade. I'm ready to trade today. It's a beautiful day, and let's hopefully make some money. Like I said, yesterday was one of the biggest days I've ever had in the in penny stock trading. I made over $200 yesterday. A fun day. I'm excited for it. We'll see what happens. Get ready, guys. The opening bell's in 2 minutes. Right, exactly. They're not being honest with themselves. If you feel bad, you probably don't know why. You probably know why you're denying. You are a big part of the reason. Be honest with yourself first. 100%. Absolutely agree. We got OCUP sitting at 660s. We're watching that. If this one can push back over 7, we're interested in it. It's got to get back over 7. All right, guys. We got less than a minute, guys. Less than a minute. Good day, guys. Let's see. Let's make some money today. We're ready to trade. Good luck today, guys. Hey, thank you, Jay. Yesterday was a fun day, bro. My largest win ever. 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds. Hey, it's time, guys. It's time for the bell. I need to do a countdown for the opening bell. 20 seconds, guys. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate the love, brother. Fantastic day. Yes, sir. We're going to try to keep it rolling today. 30 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. Probably 10 seconds now. Good luck. Here's the opening bell. Good luck, guys. We're going to be watching CUEN mostly at the opening bell. CUEN mostly at the opening bell. There's 840s, 850. So we're watching CUEN mostly at the opening bell today. There's 820s for CUEN. We're going to zoom in here so you guys can see everything that's going on. CUEN dipping down a little bit at the opening bell. dipping down. There's the pop. So CUEN just broke highs here, guys. CUEN just broke highs. This one is up to 830s right now, guys. Almost 840s, almost 850s here for CUEN. Again, what we prefer to see, guys, is a drop at the opening bell. So like BLUN is down a little bit. We got BRQS. We got OCUP. What we're actually targeting here is drops at the opening bell. So there's 630s. We're looking for drops at the opening bell mostly, so we can take advantage of those drops here. So we got one like VTNR is dropping down. It's at 1320s. We're watching that. So yeah, that one's dropping. MRIN tanked, they said. So MRIN, yeah, I mean, MRIN, I'm looking for drops like this at the opening bell. So we get a drop, a break over the VWAP, then I might be interested in MRIN if I'm being completely honest here. We got AMC, guys, AMC with a rip at the opening bell. So AMC's popping up here. It's all the way up to 5640s, 5640s. Yeah, AMC, nice little rip here at the opening bell, guys. Solid. We're going to see what happens, but CUEN is absolutely ripping up here. Absolutely ripping up. There's 5670s, 5680s. We're going to see what happens if it can break 57s. Break 57s for AMC. It's over the previous closing price now, and AMC is absolutely ripping. We got CUEN here that is dipping down some. Just be careful. This thing is up big, and it's finally correcting some. We got PLIN or BLIN, guys, that is hammering over the VWAP. So we're watching that here. We got AMD that we're watching as well that just had a nice little pop. AMC is up to 5680s, guys, 5680s. So, yeah, we're getting ready to find some stuff to trade, guys. We're going to sit back and wait for some opportunity to present themselves. And so just be patient, guys. That's what we're really focusing on here. Just be patient. We'll figure out some stuff to trade. Josh says, yeah, I like this format. Hey, thank you, brother. Yeah, and we'll zoom in like this so you can see better when we're looking at stocks and stuff like that. That way we don't always have to show our face, and that we can zoom in and out when we need to. BLIN popping up and halted on the way up. So BLIN broke the VWAP and is now halted, guys, for BLIN. So BLIN is halted on the way up, testing VWAP, and was just halted now. This one should resume at 37. At 9:37 is when BLIN should resume here. Yeah, BLIN is halted for sure. We also have ASTS. ASTS, huge rip up for ASTS. This is more of a real company. I don't know how I feel about this one. We'll have to wait and see what happens with it, but it is more of a real company that we're kind of focusing on and paying attention to. But it needs to set up well, and we're going to wait for that. We do have CUEN here that is just dipping down really big. This is one of the reasons, guys, where if we open up too extended over the VWAP, like if we open up and we're too extended from the VWAP, then a lot of the time I'm going to just choose not to trade it. It's too extended. When we get that extension high above the VWAP, a lot of the time we're going to correct and pull back to the VWAP area, if that makes sense. So yeah, we're watching some of these. I see XELA, guys. XELA absolutely ripping up, testing the VWAP level. The first step here is that we actually break over the VWAP. We break over the VWAP here. That's what we want to see first for XELA. We got ECOR that's popping up a little bit. I see IFBD here making moves. BLIN is halted, guys. And remember, it should resume at 37 market time. 9:37 is when it should resume here. XELB popping up here, but XELA testing the VWAP. Let's see if we can actually break and hold this level right now. Yeah, Verb is moving. Yeah, XELA and Verb. I need over the VWAP for XELA. Verb, guys, huge squeeze up. I haven't taken a trade yet today. I'm in Discovery, though. We're kind of watching Discovery. And, man, this one's just dumping down. Again, we're going to wait and let it play out, though. BLIN, guys, still halted. Should resume in about 3 minutes. We got CUEN here. CUEN getting ready to break highs here, guys. Y'all be careful. The VWAP is very extended on the downside. So y'all be careful with that one. Maybe it works, but maybe it doesn't. We're just going to be patient and wait. I see EVOL making some moves here. Waiting for this one to resume as well. Let's see what happens with CUEN. Yeah, like I said, guys, this is what I said. Be careful. I tried to help you guys because a lot of the time this is what happens. To be honest, this is if you want me to be completely real, a lot of the time this is a guru unloading shares. Like I'm just going to be honest, a lot of the time that's what that is. Like a lot of the time this wick up here is just some big time trader unloading shares on his following. I'm not going to say who I think it is or what that is, but that's usually what this is. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just, skeptical in nature, but weird move for CUEN. Let's see what happens with it, guys. Let's see what happens. I see IPW popping back up. IPW is at 850s here. And we see XELA, guys, rejecting at the VWAP area. Rejecting at the VWAP area for that. AMD rejecting here. WEI rejecting. Still waiting for some stuff to show up. Hey, thank you. Thanks for doing your channel free. New to this, but you're doing great. Hey, thank you, Azuka. I appreciate the love. AMC down to 50s here. Yeah, XELA rejecting at the VWAP as well, which is why I'm waiting. I don't see anything super favorable, to be honest here. AMC's dumping down, breaking lows. So we're watching that. Like I see IPW up there. XELA just dumped down here too. Just waiting, guys, waiting for, I don't see anything, to be honest, right now. We're going to switch this over to actual regular scans here, but I don't see anything right now, guys. I don't see anything. Here's the actual scan for the regular market hours. I just don't see much, to be honest, going on right now. We're going to see what else we can find, but so far, it's a little dull today. Again, I see like IPW, XELA, XELA, still trying to battle the VWAP. Whatever happened to like Clove and Wish? Clove is down, Wish is down. AMD is kind of getting some momentum here. Maybe we'll scalp AMD a little bit. Yeah, we'll buy a little bit of AMD here. Why does my first trade of the day always freeze on TOS? It always freezes. First trade of the day, always frozen. It honestly gave me a pretty good feel, though. All right, so we added a little bit more. There's 41s. I like the entry here. Let's see if we just get a pop up to 91.50. Nice, 44s. Finally red. So we get a little bounce here for AMD. We're still waiting for some other stuff. I see WEI, guys. WEI, just rip up here. Rip up. Yeah, we're going to just get out here. $35 loss. Pretty small for AMD. Just not really super favorable. I think I'm forcing stuff because it's boring today. We do see WEI make moves here, though. Here's WEI. Here. Actually. Okay, love you. Yeah. All right, guys. So we got WEI making moves here. There's 190s. Now this one's interesting. We just got to wait for a pullback, to be honest here. We're also watching CUEN to see if we get a reversal and a pop back up is really what we're doing. So SINT is making moves as well. But we got to wait for that. But yeah, look at WEI. WEI, guys, is probably one of my favorites. Nobody tell me about AMD. It absolutely faked me out huge. Absolutely huge fake out there. But it's okay. It happens. We'll see what we get from it now. But you don't love to see it, guys. I'll say that. You don't love to see it. All right, guys. So I'm trying to manage everything. I'm just glad we can have music. If I can get a pullback here, this is what I want. I want a pullback here that we can target. right, I'm seeing CUEN start to pop back up. CUEN, guys, starting to make a rip back up. We just scalped CUEN. We scaled into it, nailed $22 in profit. You know, we'll take that. We'll take that. All right, we're also scalping AMD on this rise here, guys. All right, we just got out of that one too. So we just got ourselves completely green on the day, plus a little bit more on AMD. So we redeemed ourselves in that. I see CUEN start to pop up and rip up as well, guys. So I see CUEN start to make some moves. We were able to redeem ourselves with CUEN and AMD here. Now CUEN is kind of forming the cup and handle pattern. The VWAP is too low for this one though. So we ended up making some money on AMD. CUEN is just dumping down here, guys. So y'all be careful. I do see BLIN that is resumed, but it's a little bit weird to be honest here, but maybe we'll take a few shares. I see the momentum coming through. I don't know. I'm going to wait for BLIN. There's just something about it. It got halted. I don't know. Also, we got Verb here. Verb is back over the VWAP. Anything else, guys, that you guys see? I'm waiting to find something else, guys. So if you guys see anything else, let me know. But I see mostly WEI right now. Is making really solid moves. I was planning to buy this pullback, if you guys remember, but forgot about it because I got lost in some other trades, which is fine. But I missed the rip on WEI, so we'll have to wait and see what we get from that one now too. I see CHEK, guys. CHEK showing up on the scans. Here's CHEK. That one's just really extended stock. Here's AMD. Here's CUEN. Verb. Man, I should have bought the pullback on Verb. I almost did, but I don't know. I just thought it looked weird. Maybe it wasn't Verb. What was it? Maybe it was WE. What was it? What was the one that was halted? And I thought it was Verb. Maybe it was VTNR. No, maybe it was Verb. Which is the one that got halted this morning, guys? Oh, it was BLIN is what it was. Verb looked good here. BLIN was the one. And hey, I should have done it here too, because that would absolutely ripped up as well. CUEN is trying though, and it's putting in a U-shaped breakout pattern. Here's CUEN. I don't know, the VWAP's just a little bit too light for this one for me, to be honest here. SINT is breaking back over the VWAP here. SINT. Here's WEI ripping up pretty big too. WEI. Whatever happened to XELA here? There's XELA. XELA's at 240s. Not really doing too much. I see MDJH. AMC, guys, is still kind of consolidating. Bouncing a little bit at 55.20s. WEI, guys, absolute rip up here. WEI, guys, huge squeeze. Look at WEI, up to 203s. Looking pretty strong. BLIN is now halted, guys, on the way up. So BLIN has now been halted twice already. So BLIN has been halted twice already, guys. So we'll see what we get with this one. 2 halts. This one should resume at 48. At 9:48 is when BLIN should resume. It should resume at 9:48. We'll see what happens, but that's when it should resume. All right, so there's BLIN. It's up to 640s. We're watching that. We're trying to be patient and wait for some moves to set up. We're already green on the day. We have made, we've made some on the day now, but it's a small day. We're up like what, 30 bucks? 35, 40 bucks really, but that's fine, but it's a small day and we just got to wait for something that looks favorable, to be honest here. If you guys see anything, let me know. I see CTIB show up. Of course, we're watching BLIN. Of course, a lot of traders are watching CUEN. That is kind of edging closer and higher here. We'll watch this one. We got Verb, which We might look for a pullback here. We just got to be careful. All right, we're scalping. Dude, TOS, stop freaking freezing, man. Ugh. Stupid. All right, we're scalping a little bit of CUE in here. We got 50 shares left, or 25 shares left, which is good. Kind of scaling out of this. Only in 10 shares now. I want to let this sit in case it really rips. But yeah, that drop's going to scare me out. So we made a little bit on CUEN. Gave back some of it because we stayed in it too long, but you know, it's fine. Where's my P&L on the day? Let me look at it. Let's see what we're good. All right, we are up about $47 right now. So not too bad, not too shabby. We'll take that. You know, $50 day is a $50 day, and we're what, like 15 minutes into the open. So $50 in 50 minutes is not too bad. We're scalping a little bit more of CUE in here, just kind of going back and forth. We're up like 34 bucks on the day. Pretty small. We might actually lose money on the trade overall if this thing dips too much. I'm trying to give it a chance to break this level here. Like, I think if it could creep up and break those highs up there, then we're talking. And I've scaled out enough to be relatively okay with the position. There we go. 70s. See if we get over these highs. There we go. 76. We'll take a little bit more here. There we go. That's what we really wanted to see. All right, so we just made some more money on that one. We're kind of grinding ourselves up here. We're up about 60 bucks on the day now. We're down a little bit after Discovery, but we're still green on the day. Like, Discovery is just turning against us, unfortunately. But CUEN is starting to rip up. There's 890s here, guys. So CUEN, this is really the rip I wanted to take advantage of. You can see the momentum building here, guys. And this is something that you'll learn to see as the time goes on. We also have BLIN start to rip. BLIN is making moves right now, guys. So you can see BLIN here. BLIN is resumed now. But it's a little bit too risky for me, to be honest here. A little bit too risky. All right, guys, so we're watching Verb here. We're kind of scaling into Verb a little bit right now. Add a little bit more to Verb here. Here's Verb, 200 shares. All right, so we're up a little bit for Verb. We want to let this one play out a little bit better. $5, not enough profit. We'll get out of this if we really need to, but we're about consolidating break even here for Verb. My son out there sounds like a freaking poodle. Yeah. All right, so we're dipping down a little bit for VERB. Probably going to get out. We're going to just get out. $15 loss. Pretty small. Relatively insignificant amount. And so we're waiting on that. We'll come back to it if it looks good. What else we got? We got BLIN. We got CUEN starting to move. Here's BLIN. All right, so there's BLIN pushing up to test these highs here. Still looking at Verb, to be honest here. Still watching Verb. SINT just rejected. Here's BLIN still testing these highs. Here's Verb. Still watching this. We're in small on CUEN here, and we're trying to give this time to build up strength and break these highs up over 9 is what we really want to see. So we're trying to give it time to break these highs over 9. The risk here is that when it slams down, it could slam down very big, very fast. And so I understand the risk. I'm taking the swing because I'm already green on this symbol on the day. And so we're not super concerned about it. But we have to be ready to exit fast if it starts to drop. But ideally, we want to see a build-up strength here and then test $9. We could let it hold. There's 50s. Let's see if we get a pop. I see MSN. Oh, man, I look the other way, and we are dropping here. I'll let it test. We're green on the day anyway, so like it's not a super worrisome thing, but we got to let it test a little bit. There's 55s again, so yeah. Look at MSN. MSN starting to move up. This is Emerson. All right, we're about in between 50s and 60s here. Our entry is right around 60, so, we just want to see it hold there. But we can let it pick up strength down to here, though. This is what we're really letting it do. We're going to let it pick up strength down to here and hopefully just build and get some surges for CUEN. Again, I'm not telling you guys to buy this. This is very risky, and the only reason I'm doing it is because I'm already up on the day on it. So we could take a little bit larger swing. There's justification for it. Either way, we're not going to be down on the day. And we could take a larger swing in anticipation of a big move up to 9s or 950s is really what we're doing. There's 850, so we're holding here. Let's see if we get the pop. Again, the risk here, though, guys, is that when this drops, it can drop very fast, very quickly. And so I do want to be very clear about the risk of this trade, is that when it drops, it can drop really, really quickly. So just be careful. Yeah, we're out. So there's the big drop. It wasn't a huge drop. And this thing actually might rebound some. But see, we were able to just keep that one with a tiny loss on the day on it. And that's fine. We're still green and actually day trading. But we thought it might pick up momentum, and it just didn't, which is okay. I see BRQS fighting its way back over the VWAP level. Now, this is interesting to me. Good volume, too, for BRQS, so we'll watch that. I see ASTS here. That's put in some big, solid moves, too, for that. So we're watching both of those. What did AMD end up doing? AMD ended up ripping really nicely there. Pal moving, IPW, high of the day. Yeah, IPW looks good. Not the best volume. That's the only thing that is kind of making me like not be super interested in that one is the volume. Volume's just a tad bit too low. Here's BLIN. All right, so BLIN trying to pull back. What happened to CUE in here? What happened to this? So yeah, this is the big drop that we were worried about, to be honest. All right, we're in BRQS. We're scalping this. 400 shares left. Get out a little bit more at these highs just to protect the trade. And yeah, let it try to squeeze up a little bit more. See if we can break this high up here. We're at 41s. We'll let it test. We're already profitable in this one. Check, CHEK. I'm not really loving that one. I don't really love check here. We're scalping ASTC here, guys. ASTC. We'll come back to BRQS. Or ASTS, I mean. All right, love to see that. All right, BRQS is back up. We're going to take 200 shares off of that now. So we just made 30 from ASTS here, and we made back our money on BRQS, and we're still holding 100 shares. Or not back our money, but we made back the profit that we were up originally in it. We're trying to let this test here, but, you know, so far, very profitable day. There's a nice little squeeze. Let's see if we can break, but the sizing's not quite big enough to really do much with. All right, so we're up on that too. So we are up on, in day trading, about 45 bucks again. I see XELB. Again, let me know if you have any questions, guys. We're trying to get the trades through. WEI. Yeah, this one doesn't look bad. Honestly, this one looks really good. It's not really setting up for any pattern that I like, but, you know, it probably will eventually. All right, we just scalped a little bit more from AMD. Just a quick little baby trade. But we scalped this little bounce here. We are now up about 55 bucks on the day again, 60 bucks. And I hope you guys can see, like, I build small profit and then I take swings with that small profit, so I'm protected in the trades. And then if I lose money, I go back to taking small profit until we kind of get into some more significant sizing here to take some swings. So now at this point in the day, we're up 45 or 50. I got to calculate minus discovery. Here's my P&L if you guys want to see it. But you guys got to understand this $15 loss right here is from a swing trade on Discovery that you guys should know about. Everything else is a day trade. So green, 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 small red, regular red. So we've been much more green than red today for sure. We are just waiting for some moves, to be honest, here in the market. BRQS, guys. BRQS did pop up. Same strategy we always talk about. So like if you look at BRQS here, we wait for the reclaim of the VWAP. And this is what we got involved with. If you guys want to know why I traded it, we see a U-shaped trend where we have a stock that's actually respecting a trend on a downward trend. We get the break over the VWAP. We buy this pullback. We ride the bounce. Happens over and over again. I talk about this strategy a lot. Works really, really well. Maybe I should have held ASTC or ASTS a little bit more because this thing is just skyrocketed up in a huge way. So much of my money on Webull is unsettled. Hey, I'm sorry, Gavin. I'm going to check back up on the chat. BLIN is at the VWAP here. So yeah, BLIN is interesting. Halted a little bit too much for my taste here, but we're still watching it. WIE flagging on the 5-minute. So yeah, WEI looks good. Nice little holds at the VWAP there. Looks solid. BRQS still pushing up a little bit too. Yeah, but how long do you hold the trade for? Not long, man. I'm a scalper, bro. I hold the trade for what, like 30 seconds, 2 minutes maybe? Depends. You know, enough for me to ride a little bounce like that and then get out. I'm a scalper though, so I am not holding positions long at all. All right, guys. So let me know what you guys see in the chat right now, guys. Let me know what you see in the chat. Let me know what you're watching, what stocks you're interested in, how you're doing so far on the day. That first 30-minute momentum is now over with. So we're going to wait and see if we can find some good trades to get involved with. Now we got CUEN. And again, this was the risk. This is why I keep a risk tight. If you guys want to know, like we got a lot of people that run into trouble cutting losses when they should. This is one of the reasons why cutting losses is important, is because you might not get a move back up. You might not get a move back up, if that makes sense. All right, so far we've made our money with AMD, ASTS, BRQS, and we lost a little bit on Verb and CUEN. And that's basically it for day trading. I see IPW up here testing these lows down here. We're watching that. ASTS is just ripping up here, guys. Look at ASTS. AMC as well, down on the day. But look at ASTS here. This thing is just hammering up. Look at the volume here. A very similar pattern, guys. You can see the U. You can see the break and then the pullback here, which is what I got involved with. And then boom, we got the beautiful bounce that we take advantage of. You'll see this pattern over and over again. It's a fairly universal one. Hey, nice, Jude. How do you feel about cruise stocks? I don't know, man. I'm a little torn on them. I think the cruise industry, I don't know how long that industry is going to be around. I don't think the market is that great for it, especially after COVID. But I could be wrong. I don't know much about it, and so I'm not afraid to say I could very easily be wrong. So here's AMD, guys. There's AMD. Watching this one for a little scalp, maybe. Dare. Break it over the VWAP here. Dare, D-A-R-E. I saw some people say trade WEI, and we're kind of waiting for it. But we have scaled into like a little position here on WEI. scalping a little bit of ASTC here. We're also going to get out of a little bit of this one here for WEI. Here's ASTS, I mean. Oh, wait, we got out? I didn't mean to get out of all of that. Man, damn. Anyways, here's WEI. Take a little bit more profit so we can just kind of let this sit here. You know, we got 50 shares left. Just looking for a little bounce. Probably should have taken a little bit bigger size. We're just going to get there. I just don't know. We're up $7 and something on the trade. Right now, we are up about $70 on the day. So we'll take it. $70 day is not terrible so far. We're only about 30 minutes into the opening bell. So, yeah, we got some stuff to watch. And we'll see how it goes today, guys. Verb ready? Is the music too loud, guys? We got somebody saying the music's too loud. Is it too loud? Let me know. I can lower it. Verb back up here. Bounced off the VWAP. Looks good. All right, so we scalped a little bit more of ASTS here. Taking a little bit profit on this bounce. See if we can test 15s. All right, so we're up about $40 on the day. I guess it could have tested 15, but we're just kind of scalping that move. I should have held WEI as well. I should have held WEI, but we're up about $75 on the day. You know, here's WEI rip, and I hope you guys can see how I kind of just build up profit. I'm just kind of adding to my profit, scalping when I see opportunity, not being afraid to get out if I'm wrong. And just kind of letting that add up, kind of chipping away at my P&L on the day, just kind of a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. All right, we just jumped in this with 200 shares. We're seeing if we get a pop. I don't like the trade, thinking back on it, but I'll let it test 240s. Yeah, we'll scalp out of that. We'll protect ourselves a little bit. If it pulls back to 240s, maybe we'll add to this too. I'm usually against taking high of the day trades, but it's small enough to where I'm okay. But I hope you guys see how you kind of just chip away at the block. If I'm wrong or if I do something dumb or if I don't like the trade I got into, I just jump out of it. You know, I just jump out of it. That way, you know, we're okay regardless. Like, we'll be fine no matter what. All right, there's 50. Scalping out of this. About break even in the trade because I mismanaged it, but that's okay. Testing 50s, testing 50s. Break even right now, so don't really love my entry, but I think we'll be fine here. There we go. What? I made a little bit of money on it, but TOS kind of robbed me there. That's okay. We'll find a better entry. We can laugh about it now. But yeah, we're up $75 on the day, $76 on the day. But yeah, I guess it was a good thing because, you know, now here's actually something let me buy into this. All right, we're with 300 shares here. This is a swing I'm okay with taking. See if we get a quick pop. If not, we jump out. Yeah. Ooh, that was a quick rejection here. Yeah, we got to get out. So that's worst case scenario there. And we're still very green on the day. We're up like $40, but definitely worst case scenario there. We'll come back to it. I'm not going to let it discourage me. That's one of those things that it definitely happens in the market, and it is what it is, you know. Here's AMD. We're scalping a little bit more of ASTS here. 20 shares left, but we're up over $50 on this symbol today. See if we get a pop, because 20 shares, even with this stock, is pretty, you know, it'll move. There's 78s, 80s, nice. 81s, 84s, 85s, nice. All right, we're gonna out of that. All right, we're back up to about $55 on the day, which is fine. Still looking at like AMD here. AMD's kind of breaking these highs. We just scalped a little bit more for ASTS. Kind of scalping this one back and forth, riding the bounce. We're up about $80 on the symbol on the day. We are back up to about $77, $78 on the day. So, this is the benefit of giving yourself room to trade. And again, I've said it before. If I'm allowed to trade as much as I want, I'll end green a large majority of days. Verb. Hey, nice Petra. Hey, congrats, brother. If you use a margin account, then this won't happen, but you need 30K. What happened? Hey, yeah, y'all hit that like button, guys. Let's run those like numbers up. Everyone click the like button. Do it now. Let's get a movement going on. Also, guys, don't forget to hit the subscribe button here. We're going to create a banner. Yeah, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. We are 100% free, guys, and it's an easy way to help support the channel. It's just by hitting the subscribe button. Really simple way to help support the channel here. Again, you guys see me. I'm green almost every single day. I see SINT make moves here. Like, this is my P&L. Remember, guys, this is discovery. So it's really this plus that, because that's what I'm up in day trading. So 60, 70, $75 is exactly what I'm up. $75.18. But yeah, that's what we're doing, guys. And it's a good day. It's a good day. All right, so we're scaling into WEI with 50 share increments. I like the pullback to the VWAP here. We're going to try to make our money back if we can, but maybe not. We're just in with a few hundred shares. Trying to give it time to bounce here. Just 200 shares. Maybe I can add a little bit more, to be honest here. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe we'll add one more 300, make the full size 300 shares. All right, so we got a little bit of a pop. All right, we just took a little bit off. We're in with 300 shares. Trying to ride this move. All right, we just scalped a little bit more also on ASTS here. We're up $102 on that symbol. Still in WEI, trying to make some of our money back here. We're in with 200 shares, pretty small position, and we're trying to let this work. If we break under 20s, we'll probably just jump out. Maybe we'll scale out of some more here as we go. I'm not going to be super strict with this for WEI. You know what? We'll take a little bit off here. Lock in some more profit and then just hold the rest and be a lot more loose with it. But yeah, we are up in day trading specifically. We are up about $108. So $106. So not too shabby. I'll take it, guys. In total profits, we're up 95, even with Discovery. Discovery was a swing trade that we're still holding, and we're down like $13 on that today. But yeah, that makes us up $106 in day trading, and we're up about 90, you know, in actual stock trading. All right, yeah, we'll get out here. Break even trade, completely break even, fine. And it might bounce up here. It might still be good. I don't know. Hey. Yeah, AMD, bro. No, I don't own MRIN. We're not really losing a ton of viewers. Warrior Trading has been streaming at the same time as me, but he's only doing that for a week. And so that's probably one of the reasons the views are a little bit low this week. But it also just moves in waves, to be completely honest. Like, it moves in waves. So, like, when the market's really exciting and hot with, like, big-time stocks like AMC and all that stuff, then the views are usually a little bit better. You could even see, like, Matt Kors, for instance, streams. He usually gets 60, 70,000. He's got, like, 30,000 right now. So, like, all YouTubers in the stock niche are losing views for the most part just because it's a slower time in the market. You know, we still get anywhere between 5 to 10,000 views per stream. So that's actually been pretty steady. That's been like that for the last few months. Yeah, for sure. Hey, thank you, SB. Hey, but yeah, I'm proud of my trading today, guys. We've been doing well. AMC's finally rebounding, though, so hey, maybe it's time. What happened to CUEN here? Here's CUEN. It just dumped down, so I'm glad I got out of this one when I did. OCUP, if it could fight its way back over the VWAP, it looks good. Here's Dare. Hey, well, thank you, Juan. My man. Appreciate the support, brother. It's mostly just a fanboy channel, to be honest, for AMC. Like, people that want to, you know, push AMC, that's where they go. You know what I mean? At GameStop and stuff like that. A lot of really young investors, which is fine, but it's just a different niche than me. Like, I'm mostly day trading, technicals, all that good stuff. So it's just a different niche than I am. You know, the reality is, like, if you guys want some kind of if you guys want to learn about this niche or this niche or whatever you want to call it, day trading is the smallest one, right? So, like, day trading gets way less views than, say, like an investing channel or a swing trading channel. We're also going to be doing swing trading content here, though. But, like, that's the difference. Like, day trading has a ceiling. You know what I mean? If you look at day trading videos, sure, some get really good views, but the videos that really get views and the channels that grow really, really fast or are swing trading, longer term trading, because they're just a bigger market. It's a larger market, if that makes sense. Day trading's always been small, you know. But yeah, I'm glad about ASTS, man. This thing, super pumped about it. I don't know if I'm confident enough to buy the pullback here. Yeah. Yeah, swing trading's a good route for a lot of people. Did I read entry wrong? 222. Yeah, you. I mean, for WEI, I got out of this one, so I didn't like this dip to the VWAP, and I might have been wrong there, but yeah, I just got out of it. I just didn't like that at all. Too risky, you know. Like, this is our P&L right now. If you guys want to see it, just so you guys know I'm not BSing you. We're up $90 total on the day. But it's $90 plus this, because this is discovery. It's a swing trade. So it's not something that, like, in day trading, we're up about $103 today, but $90 total, you know. We scalped a little bit from ASTC, nothing much though. I kind of got wimpy and jumped out of it fast there. WEI, we'll see what happens with it. We'll wait and see. But yeah, my point is a lot of day trading channels are going to struggle to get 10,000, 20,000 views a day. That's about what we get. Like on this channel, we get between like 7.5 to 20,000 views on the day. It really depends on the market though. Like when AMC's rolling and gapping up huge and like the squeeze is on, we get tens of thousands of views per stream. When it's dull and AMC's breaking lows and there's not really that much action and nobody's really super invested into the stock market, then we just don't get that much stuff that looks good. Views are lower and we still get 600 to 700 people here even with all of that stuff. But it's just one of those things where it moves in waves. Like the channel moves in waves. Like some days were good, some days were slow, and it's a normal progression. It's a normal kind of flow of the channel. We're not doing a swing trading channel. We're just going to implement swing trading into this channel, if that makes sense. So we're not doing an actual swing trading channel, but we're going to do some swing trading videos on this channel. We got some good content. I got one ready for this weekend. That should be really, really fun. OCUP, guys. OCUP is trying to break over the view up. I got out of ASTS. I've been kind of going back and forth with it. I'm kind of going back and forth between that, but yeah. Here's OCUP. Wish, AMC. Yeah, we can look at Wish. Wish is pulling back a little bit too far underneath the VWAP for me in my own style, Whew, accidentally almost shorted one of these stocks, which would have been a terrible thing. Luckily, it's not shortable. AMC looks good, though, to be honest. So I got to say, I lost $40 just now on ASTC. I got a little bit too confident in it. This thing just dumped down fast. Maybe it looks good, but, we're still up $70 on the day. So we're going back and forth. 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing. But yeah, we're looking at OCUP. And it's over the VWAP. And that's usually a good sign. I'm seeing BLIN as well, but that one's not as favorable, I don't think. SINT, guys, SINT. I think my headphones are dying, guys. So bear with me. All right, we're scalping OCUP, and we just made about $31 from it. Scalping these moves. Where'd it go? 50 shares left. We're trying to let it bounce over and get the follow through that we're looking for, but try to be patient with it. I'll be right back, guys. All right. We got a new there we go. There we go. All right, we're back. Audio should be good now.
We're going to get out here. We made about 25 bucks on OCUP just now. And we'll come back to that. I'm still watching AMD. We're up about 84, 85 bucks on the day. So we made our money with ASTS, and until we lost, we kept attacking it. Scalping OCUP, just lost a little bit on it though, or just made a little bit, but I was up nicely. I just didn't take profits when I should have. We get the dip too fast. We're about break even in this trade. Lost maybe 10 bucks at it, but OCUP just dumped down. So we give it a shot, but too big of a dump. We're still green on the day. We're up like 60, 70. We're up $73 to be exact. So if you guys see anything else, let me know. We're still waiting for stuff. I see DDL. We're looking at like Tesla a little bit. See if we can maintain a better trend with Tesla. Huge range for Tesla though, so y'all just be careful if you're trading Tesla. We got FEMY that just showed up, but pretty low volume, to be honest. AMC pop. Yeah, AMC, guys, is absolutely ripping here. Huge move for AMC, guys. Huge rip. The question, I'm going to ask the same question again. When do you think AMC is going to break this range? When do you think it's going to break the range? It's up to over 50s now, over 57s. I see LAIX start to move here as well. But there goes AMC. What I'm curious about is like BlackBerry. BlackBerry's starting to break highs as well here. Look at BlackBerry BB. It's on a roll right now. It's making big pushes too. So we're watching BlackBerry too. We see a check just in sympathy with AMC because a lot of times BlackBerry is going to move with AMC here. Just scalped a little bit of BlackBerry here. Here's BlackBerry. Scalped a little 10 bucks small. Could have held maybe. Yeah, OCP is dead to me. I don't think it's going to do anything. That looks good. Maybe it does. I don't know. Look at BlackBerry just hammer up. Should have held, I guess, a little bit. It was only 200 shares. It wasn't a huge share size, but it's still, yeah, should have held that still. We'll see what happens with BlackBerry. I think AMC is the sparking catalyst, of course. And so if AMC rips up, BlackBerry should follow suit. It should go up with it. We do have this pre-market high here for AMD or AMC. Let me catch back up in the chat a little bit. EXPR. Is the music not on? Can you guys hear the music? You guys can't hear it? All right, so here's AMC popping back up here. We took a little bit on BlackBerry, just lost a little bit. I saw AMD dipping, so kind of back and forth a little bit. I'm definitely seeing the edge slow down a little bit for my trading. We're still green on the day, like $75, but I'm definitely seeing the edge start to fade. Maybe we get something, but I use level 2, just not it's not the end all be all. It's too manipulated. Too many people can throw big orders up and scare traders out. And so you can use the level 2. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. And I do have like a flow state that I get into when I'm watching price action on the level 2. It's just not, for me, it's not the end all be all of charting. You know what I mean? It's not something where I'm going to like actively base my entire trade around the level 2 or anything crazy like that. There's just no need to. I see POW, P-O-W-W. POW's been ripping up. We're starting to scalp BlackBerry here again. So we made our money back. We're starting to pop back up, but only in 200 shares left. There's 48. Nice. 49s. Sorry, so we just made $15 from that. We're up about $85 on the day now. Kind of slowly scalping. Seeing what we can find here. All right, there goes BlackBerry. It's up to 1250s. BLIN is halted. Is it really? So there's BlackBerry. Yeah, so BLIN just ripped over the VWAP, reclaimed the VWAP. And again, it's one of those things, guys. Remember what we tell you guys, like VWAP reclaims are powerful. All right, so there's 874. So this should resume at 38. Sorry, 1038. Sorry, I'm focusing on something else here real quick. Sorry, guys. CUEN. What's up, Todd? How you doing, brother? Hey, later, NC Bold. Have a good day, bro. Good. Thanks for joining us and being always supportive, NC. Appreciate the love, brother. Yeah, CUEN is fighting back. It's climbing back up. We'll see what happens with this. We're watching this, guys. We're watching CUEN. We'll see what happens. It's climbing its way back up. What's a VWAP? Bob, get out of here, bro. There's CUEN, guys. CUEN is ripping up. AMC still rip it up. Hey, thank you, Qualius. Hey, thank you, brother. Hey, we're up almost $100 today, too, so we're doing good. We're doing good. We're going to... Yeah. All right, so here goes AMC breaking highs again. All right. All right, just got a few things I'm working on here. Just bear with me, team. So we got AMC testing these highs up here. Do you think it's going to break highs again, guys? Let me know. Let me know what you think. All right, I just scalped ASTC and got myself back to where we're up $107 on this symbol. So far today, guys, I am up about $132. I could show you guys my P&L so you guys can see. Sorry, like I said, I've been kind of focusing on a few different things. This is my P&L so far today. But remember, guys, this is a swing trade from Discovery. You can see we're up 127 plus 6, so that would be $133 on the day. We'll take it, guys. We'll take it. We're very green. Another $100+ day in the books, guys. And these are adding up together. These are adding up. Really pumped about my trading, guys. Really excited. Definitely doing better. Definitely getting into a rhythm with the big account and the big sizing. Feels good, man. Feels really, really good. And yeah, we'll see how it goes, guys. We'll see how it goes. All right. Bear with me. I'm doing a disclaimer for the show that 2A and I have debuting today. Got to get this all set and ready. Might need to. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Here we go. All right. All right, that should work. Um. All right, guys. So AMC's pulling back some. I'm curious to see if we bounce here, right here. I'm curious to see if we bounce. Hey, what's up, Daniel? All right, guys. So yeah, y'all be ready for the next episode of Trader Rehab. Go ahead and upload this to YouTube right now. All right, guys. So AMC pulling back a little bit, guys. AMC pulling back. Verb to 3. I assume BLIN was Wall Street Bets. Yeah, it could be. Can you guys still not hear the music? Here, let me fix this real quick, guys. So I might have to do this real quick. I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and then we're going to share it again so you guys can get the music again. So there's the sharing screen again. Oh, I forgot. My bad. I'm going to have to stop it again. We're going to share it again, and then we're going to share audio too. There we go. All right, guys. So there we go. You should be able to hear the sound now. There's BLIN. Huge rip up. Huge rip up. All right, so let me know if you guys can hear me. You should be able to now. All right, we just made about another, I don't know. We're up about 150 bucks on the day. So we just made another little bit on ASTC. We're up 124 on this stock alone. And you can see the trend, just beautiful trend, beautiful following. We see BlackBerry here. Oh, wait, where'd it go? All right. All right, guys. All right, so we got AMC, or we got BlackBerry bouncing a little bit. I see, again, we made some on ASTS. Let me show you guys my P&L. Sorry, if you guys want to see it. I know we got a few people that are probably going to want to see it. This is my P&L so far today. Not a huge day, but, you know, I'll take it, guys. You can see the accuracy, just like yesterday. The accuracy is pretty on point. Green, green. And we've traded this one a bunch. Green, green, red, red, green, red, red. This is a swing trade. Okay, so this doesn't count. So we've only had 3 losses today in day trading, and probably, I would say, at least 15 day trades. At least. So very good accuracy again today. We'll definitely take it. Analyze the WEI chart. Yeah, I got you, John. Let me check it out. All right, so yeah, here's WEI. To me, this thing is just changing trends. Like if we clear all these levels out, We broke underneath the VWAP. Now we're kind of battling that, and to me, it's just over with for the trend. Maybe it comes back. Maybe it looks better in the future, but for me, not really what I want to take. Not really what I'm interested in getting involved with. Hey, thank you, TK. Yeah, I mean, AMN, just so there's some advice from somebody that's been around this game a long time. Just because you have the account size does not mean you should take, the huge sizing that you want to take. That's how traders just lose accounts, getting their pride and ego in the way. Doesn't matter how big my account is. I'm going to trade with, number one, I'm only trading this account for the last 2 weeks. So I haven't been trading it long. I'm going to definitely scale into this. I'm not going to just go balls to the wall right out the gate. That doesn't make any sense. That's what, no offense, that's what dumb people do. What I need to do is take it slow and small. I'm not getting my ego in the way. It doesn't matter how big my account is. And to be honest, $150 gain relative to this account is a pretty big gain relative to the account size. It's not a small gain by any means. $200 a day is a great gain for this account. That's like over 100% a year. So a lot of people don't have reasonable expectations. Yeah, for sure, Cal. Tomorrow we'll have the 1080p for sure. Tomorrow we'll have the 1080p for sure. But I love the layout too. I think the layout's dope. All right, so here goes WEI. It's dumping down. The trend has just basically changed. What happened to CUEN? Okay, so CUEN is still kind of on there. It's still moving some here. Interesting. All right, guys, so bear with me. We're just working on something real quick. Let's see what else we got. All right, guys. So we're waiting for some opportunity here. I'm looking at CUEN, and the longer it maintains over the VWAP, the more I like it. But we're going to see what we get. We're going to see what happens. We're going to try to find some good opportunity, and if we can, great. Hey, what's up, AB? You going crazy? What? Hey, bro, I got 3 calls. Hey, what's up, David? My bad. I'm just now seeing this. Hey, David says, hey, bro, I got 3 calls for $95 strike for Friday at $8 per call at 7% now. Do you think I should hold? What would you do on AMD? So I'm going to preface this with, as always, I am not we are not investment professionals. We do not recommend you copy us. This is for entertainment purposes only. Now, with that said, my basic philosophy and my basic mentality, I guess, is if I'm up 800%, I'm usually taking some off to protect myself, right? Like that's like, listen, this mentality where you just never sell, you never sell is for suckers. It's usually coming from people that just want you to prop up their own position. And so my general mentality is that if I'm up huge, like over 200%, really, I'm usually taking some off. And what I'll do is I'll take a little bit off, and then I'll take most of it off, and then I'll let the rest ride just in case we do get a big rip. That way I can still take advantage of it, but with limited risk, and I can protect myself by taking profits. Again, that's my own subjective way of doing it. And you got to figure out what works for you. But I'd never think taking profits is a bad idea, especially if you're up 800%. But again, it could keep pushing up. I have no idea. And good luck, brother. I appreciate the $5, man. That's 90 push-ups for the day, guys. 90 push-ups. I think we had some yesterday too. I'll have to go back and check to see, exactly what we had. But yeah, guys, don't forget to subscribe. Definitely appreciate it. Haven't gotten into any trades yet. We're still up 130 on the day, 151 on the day in day trading. So we made about $150 day trading. Well, I mean, it's me, but we also have contractors and people that work for us too. So like we have contractors that we pay for, and we have people that guest like two-way that come on the stream. And so it's just better to just make it more broad and say it's my channel and I run this channel, just me, but we do have guests and people like that on. So I say we just to include them. Either way, it shouldn't matter that much. YOU. Yeah, this is a recent IPO. Yeah, YOU recently IPO today, it looks like. So this thing IPO this morning. I'm not really one to trade IPOs like that. I never really had good success with them trading IPOs, but it's something that we can watch, of course. AMC ripping up. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea, James. But of course, you never know. But I don't think that's a terrible idea. Taking some off is usually the right move most of the time. POWW has been just absolutely hammering up here as well. Look at POWW, guys. While I got a second, though, I don't think I even posted any affiliate links or anything like that today. But while I got a second, if you want to help support your boy here, go check out TopStep. TopStep funds traders in the futures market. So they give you a demo account. If you can prove you're profitable and pass their testing, they fund you the same amount. The base one's $30K in funding once you pass it, but they have packages all the way up to over $100K with an 80% split once you are funded. The base package is $120 for the first month. If you use my link, you get 20% off. And yeah, it's one of the ways that you can get around the PDT rule if you want to trade like the SPY. A lot of the time I'm trading like the E-mini and futures like the SPY and the E-mini, which is just following the SPY. And there's volatility to attack here. Like, look at the trend. Really nice trend. You can attack that in the futures market. There's no PDT rule there. The base one's $30K, and I think you have to hit $2K of it without losing $50 per week, I believe it is. But check with to be sure. But this is a company that's regulated in the U.S. They pay out millions every year in withdrawals to trade. So their profitable traders are taking money from them and withdrawing money from them. They're funding thousands, over 6,000 last year. Were funded. If you want to check them out and help support your boy here, here's that link. You can check it out. It's called TopStep. Another way. Sound is bad. Did sound just come on? Did the mic just come undone? Can you guys hear me? Grabbled audio. Test. 1 2 1 2. We good? Let me know if we're good. Good now. It's back. Okay, cool. All right, but yeah. Yeah, we'll have 1080p, Sebastian. Or who said that? You were roboting? Was I really? Okay, so anyways, yeah, we'll Dan's, we'll have the 1080p tomorrow. We forgot to upload it today. I wanted to see how the stream did. And again, guys, let me know your feedback. Do you like this format more or better, or more or less? I think most people are going to like it more. We're going to have 1080p, so it'll be easier to read tomorrow. And we could just do this. But if you like this more, let me know. Also, guys, go check out TopStep. TopStep funds traders and futures is what they do. So they give you a demo account. If you can hit their profit target, then they fund you. If you could follow all the rest of their rules, what I mean. And they pay out millions a year to their profitable traders. They fund thousands. Last year, they funded over 6,000. They're regulated in the U.S. There's an 80% profit split on funding once you are funded. And so if you want to test yourself, there's no PDT rule in futures. You can day trade as much as you want. There's packages from 30K in funding up to over 100K. They give you a demo. If you can hit their profit target while following their rules, then they fund you. Again, regulated in the U.S. company. So you can check them out here if you want to help support your boy and try to get funded in futures. They also do it in Forex as well, guys. So you can try to get it in Forex too. I like the format more, but 1080p would be 10 out of 10. Yeah, for sure. This is definitely more professional, 100%. And we'll have 1080p tomorrow, guys. So don't worry. We definitely will have 1080p tomorrow. We'll get it set up. That's one of the most requested things. So, yeah. I think most people will appreciate it. And it's a little slow this week because Warrior Trading is streaming. And so a lot of it's affecting most of the penny stock streamers. But, we'll be good and it'll be a fun time. And, yeah, we actually made our money today, guys. We traded over 30,000 shares, or not 30,000 shares, over 30,000 in sizing. It feels good, man. It feels good. Another way you can help support us, guys, is by go checking out Webull. If you open up an account, you get a free stock on Webull. If you deposit $100, you get another free stock. There's 0 commissions on Webull. Free paper trading. If you're new and you do not have a Webull account, you're missing out. Free paper trading, guys. So if you're new, you can practice on Webull for free. You can practice. You get free stocks just for opening up an account with them. Free stocks just for opening up an account with them. 0 commissions, guys. Free stocks, 0 commission, free paper trading. You're slacking if you don't have Webull. You're absolutely slacking. And I'll post this link. You can check it out. Help support your boy here. And all of these help support. Help support help support me a ton. And yeah, we'll put full screen back up. And we'll see what else we got here today, guys. The only other one I saw that was kind of looked good was CUEN, but then it just dumped down here. So today we made most of our money with ASTS. Scalping now, we made $124 on this. We made a little bit of money on AMD. We made a little bit of money on BlackBerry. We made a little bit of money on BRQS. BRQS. We made, we lost a little bit on CUEN, of course. We made a little bit of money on OCUP. We lost a little bit on Verb. and we lost a little bit on WEI. But you can see my losses are very small relative to my wins, and overall, it was a pretty profitable day. I'm really happy with the day. Yeah, and help support your boy here. Y'all can also go check out Benzinga. That's who these scanners are from. They're Benzinga scanners. Really dope. Super useful. And again, what they do is they allow you to find some of these stuff, some of the stuff that's moving. Very helpful in me specifically finding stocks to trade and finding stocks that were actually moving. Very useful. And so if you haven't already, go check them out. Definitely appreciate any support we can get on the channel, guys. So remember to hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. We're waiting for our Trader Rehab episode to open. But remember, guys, hit the sub button, click the notification bell, help support your boy here. And yeah, I certainly appreciate it, guys, if you haven't already. There we go. Remember, guys, we're going to be doing our live streaming and after hours like we have been doing. So we're going to be doing an after hour stream like we do today. From here on out, we're doing an after hour stream. Sometimes, Jay, I still use it sometimes. It just depends. But I've kind of grown as a scalper to where that setup just doesn't present itself that much. I think if I was taking one and done positions, then I'd be using that setup a lot more. But now that I'm trading scalping, that I'm just a lot more effective at scalping than I am trading any other strategy, in my opinion. I know we got a lot of donations today as well, guys. We are going to be finishing the donations tomorrow. We're right in the middle of something. I can't really explain it right now, but it's a good thing, and we're in the process of having something very blessed in our life right now. Carol's not pregnant. Don't worry about that. But we got good things coming, but it's keeping us really, really busy. So I'm going to skip the push-ups for the day. I hope you guys understand. We didn't even have the push-up thing total, so I don't even think anybody donated to see me do push-ups. I got to keep a tally of this, though. And so right now we have 90 push-ups plus, I think, 100 and something. So we got about 200 push-ups that we have to do. And so we're going to keep a tally of this just to be sure. And I'll save this so we have it. And yeah, I appreciate everybody donated to me today. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and close it down pretty soon. Good luck in the market, guys. I definitely appreciate all the support and all that good stuff. And yeah, let's just keep going. Remember, guys, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Click the notification bell too if you want to help support the channel. It's really easy. All you got to do is click the bell next to the subscribe button and you'll get an alert anytime we go live or drop a new video just like this. And so it's a great way to help support your channel here and help support the it's a great way to help support your boy here. So check it out. I'll post this link, all the links again in the description if you want to check them out. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time. Have a good day, guys. Love you all. Be ready. 1080p. Listen, 1080p will be here tomorrow. We're going to be streaming in 1080p for sure tomorrow. Glad you guys like the new format. Love you all. Hit the subscribe button. Run those like numbers up, and I definitely appreciate it. Great day today. Thanks, John. Awesome session. Hey, thank you, brother. Here's my P&L, guys. Like I said, this is my P&L on the day. We'll take it. We'll take it. Really about $150 on the day in day trading. $140 total. I'll take it, guys. Great day. Great day. Good luck. Love you all. Have a good day, team, and we'll see you guys next time. Again, remember, guys, we got the Trader Rehab episode dropping in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes for the Trader Rehab episode. Get ready for that. Let me check that real quick before we close it down, actually, because I think it might be good to promote it on stream. But yeah, we got about 20 minutes until the Trader Rehab episode goes live. Let me make sure we got this rolling. All right, guys. Yeah. So let me put this disclaimer up. We got the Trader Rehab episode about to drop. Where are we at here? It's going to be going live on Trader Rehab channel. So I'll post this channel here, guys. That's what I'm saying. So I'll post this channel here so you guys can see it. Give me 1 second. I got you guys. Hold on 1 second. Later, guys. Here, y'all go follow us on the Trader Rehab channel. Here's the link. And yeah, good luck, guys. Appreciate love. Here's the Trader Rehab episode. I don't know if it'll let me show it. It should go live in about 20 minutes. So 20 minutes. I don't want it to be too late. So it should go live in about 20. But here's the link for Trader Rehab if you want to be a part of it, guys. The episode should drop live. We're going to be posting a lot of great episodes for Trader Rehab coming pretty soon. So I'll post this here, and it might let me post it as, yeah, here we go. All right, so go check it out. Sub to Trader Rehab and be on the lookout for the new episode dropping. We got a lot of great episodes coming in the next week, so just be ready for those. And yeah, here's the link right there. So sub to Trader Rehab. Good luck, guys. We'll see you guys next time. Love you all, and yeah, have a good day.